Stay close to the river and cry, and the river's gonna feel you're the god of rain. It's gonna worship you like God and creator for ages. And all the fairies of the forest will come. They wanna show you to the dance of night. This is the age of Aquarius. The god of
What's going on? The decoding family in the house. What's your question? Number 52. I'm going to be your tour guide, Logan, here. Welcome out, everybody, to another episode of What's Your Question? 52. Wow. And I thought I was trying to figure out what song to play for the introduction. Always try to make it special and glamorous for all you great decoders. And I'm like, you know what? We're in the age of Aquarius, seemingly anyway. It's the Aquarian age right now through the Western tropical astrology system. And I just love this song by the Villagers, The Age of Aquarius. Just a rocking song. I'm a rocker, so it's a great introduction. I got the purple and white going on, representing the lightning bolt, representing the gamma rays, representing perhaps some energy coming down from the celestials. However that works, right? But the violet, man, let the violet come down and shine upon us. And you always got to include that white, which, you know, look at a lightning bolt. It's pretty much violet and white. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, pretty excited to be here. I just want to start off by saying thank you to everybody that has supported me in this mission. However you got here, if you are a referral from somebody, I'm going to give out some shout outs here in just a little bit. But I appreciate each and every one of you. As I say, I'm taking all of you with me if you're willing to come on this journey of this great tour of this world that we live in. It's pretty an amazing place. And just a big shout out to all of you. I appreciate all the birthday wishes. Yes, today's my birthday. It's actually started at 1:03 a.m. I got a little story to tell you on that. Just crazy stuff. And again, I'm wearing the sunglasses again to remind you that you're in a freaking movie. We're inside of a movie. Earth is a movie set. And you're a little actor playing out your part. That's it. And you got your entourage, and you got your cast and your ensemble, and everybody's in your movie. And your movie's the only movie that counts. So you make the truth your own. You know, if you watched I think it was my last What's Your Question, Make the Truth Your Own, was off the 56th song of the JW website, which is tied to lights, camera, action. The movie means lights, camera. Let me just take these off now because that was my little prop anyway. Lights, camera, action's 56. The speed of light is 56. 56 being tied to the science of numbers and numerology, et cetera, et cetera. And it's tied to light. This game that we play is tied to light, folks. That's what it's tied to. Let me just get some more music going here. Let's get some, there we go. Okay. So this game that we're playing out right now, no matter which way you slice or dice it, we can put it in a box, we can talk about a ton of different things, but this reality thrives off of one thing, and that is the pulse, the dielectric pulse of light. So it's all wrapped around physics. That's what it's all, this whole reality is wrapped around physics, folks. And I'm going to talk about that stuff. But just, again, a big shout out to all of you great decoders. I'm going to be looking to my right here. Well, actually, you're going to be your left, but I have my second screen here with all your little chats coming in. And just earlier today, so I want to give some shout outs. Number one, my man, Jordan, Waters Above Crypto. I hope you joined him on his earlier podcast today. I didn't want to come in there and disrupt anything, so I was just in the background listening. I really love listening to his voice. And then big shout out to Jason from Archaics. I was preparing for this What's Your Question 52. You notice I have a little different background. And as I was creating that graphic, I was listening to Jason's latest 2 hour and well done on the timing. See, 2 hour and 12 minutes, I think, was his latest live. And if 212, that number means ascension. Because 212 is tied to sublimation. Sublimation is where water instantly turns into a vapor. It doesn't go from the 3-state process. It goes from a solid to a vapor right away. It's called sublimation. 212 degrees Fahrenheit. So when you see that 212, it's tied to radon, the 86th element, which is tied to Lucifer, the light bringer, which brings you the game called life. This game that we're playing out, this reality. If you don't think you're playing a game, no problem. You're in a movie. You don't think you're in a movie? Okay, great. You got a life. You got an avatar. But no matter which ways we can break and I can't even try to pronounce that word. We can try to break it down so many different ways. But the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, is that you got to live out your life. So you might as well make lemonade out of it. You might as well make lemonade out of your life and stop complaining and pointing fingers and saying it's them, it's they. And, I sound like a broken record, and I'm going to continue to say that. That's my message. Go be a creator. Go be grateful for your life instead of bickering about what they're doing. Stop giving your energy to these other actors on the world stage, because they want you in their movie. They want you to participate in their movie. Well, that's totally fine if you want to do that, but I hope all of you now know that that's kind of not really the way to be if you want to level up in this reality. Big shout out to the Green Box Detox. We finished Green Box Detox number 2. And all the 40 plus people we had doing that, congratulations. 3 weeks of detoxing. We had a great group of people. Telegram group was live and active the whole time. Great support. So a big shout out to all of you. Congratulations to all you people in the Green Box Detox too, who made it all the way through. Pretty exciting there. I was really being an observer more than anything else with that. And, ladies and gentlemen, what was I doing last night? So my birthday, actually, I was born at 1:03 a.m. So I was up at my birthday. So it was like Friday. It was last night going into early this morning. And I was up, of course, because I stay up late. And it was pouring rain down here in Mexico. Coming down in buckets. I love when it rains because I say there's the Christ, because it's cleansing energy. It feeds the earth. It nourishes the earth. So I felt like I was really blessed. Like it was pouring rain. It was like cleansing my life. I hit 50 today. I hit 50. I hit that 50 mark. So I'm just super grateful to be alive, man. Despite the challenges and hardships and shortcomings, just grateful to be alive amongst a great entourage of decoders, syncretists, chronologists, and we have some people in the group. Big shout out to all of you here. It's so great to have this community. And I say we're all decoding ourselves home. That's what we're doing. So nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, I was so in tune with the code. It's so hard to put into words now how this code works through me. And what I mean by code, it's the universe. It's working through me like in real time now, where stuff just pops up. And I have a new decode I started working on, which it will probably be the glory decode. Like I just cannot even still believe what I found last night. And it all started from this Dr. Jerry TENANT I used to follow, who's all about healing the body through voltage. Voltage is tied to the lightning bolt. Lightning bolt is a ride the lightning, right? The light, the pulse of light. It's just all connected. And, and so I started to decode our DNA. That's my next decode coming out. On our DNA, I'm going to give you all a little sneak peek during this presentation, during this transmission of What's Your Question 52. I'm going to give you a little sneak peek. I'm going to show you how we live in a scripted reality. People are being used to deliver things onto the world stage. That's just the way it is. And I'm going to show you how it's tied to the cards. And I started to decode the Super Bowl this week. I didn't want to put a lot of hours into it. Came out last night with my results for fun, entertainment purposes only. But I can tell you all right now, those of you that are decoders that are putting time into the Super Bowl and sports, I can tell you right now, it is all hinged on Tom Brady's retirement, for sure. The day he retired, the card. This is the card that he retired on. February 1st, he retired on Groundhog's Day, which was kind of interesting. But he retired on a Jack of Spades Day, which is card number 50. Here I am, 50, right? As fate would have it. And it's tied to our DNA. This upcoming Super Bowl is tied to our DNA. And we're either going to get an upgrade, something like that. Some people may get a downgrade. I don't know. But it's pretty exciting, if you ask me. So I came out with my Super Bowl decode, and it was like so crazy decoding this DNA. Deoxyribonucleic acid, which equals 69 in numerology, of course, the yin yang. Why wouldn't it? And that whole decode was tied into Tom Brady, which was tied into the Super Bowl, which is tied into the Eagles and the Chiefs. which is tied into transhumanism. I don't know, and I just want to be clear on this. Some of you that are new here, like, I'm not supporting any subject on the world stage. I'm just along for the ride. So is transhumanism seemingly what the collective's going towards? Perhaps. That may be just be the case. But I tell you right now, I mean, think about this. I'm studying DNA. And what would have to go into play for the effects of transhumanism? It would affect our DNA. Here I am, I was decoding it last night on a whim. Insane real-time source code coming through me. Folks, insane. I feel like I leveled up last night. My birthday, I leveled up. I feel like I leveled up. I ascended last night. Honestly, that's how I feel. The things that I got shown last night just... mind freaking blown. Man, I'm telling you. All right. So, now we got Jordan. What's up, brother? We got Jordan in the house. Jordan, I was listening to you, man, earlier today. I didn't want to comment because I didn't want to have any attention on me because some people knew it was my birthday and I wanted people to focus on you. So I was just sitting there listening to you. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate everybody coming here to support this channel, to support the decoding community, and also, for coming here to support me personally. And thanks for the great love and the wishes. They are very well received. I've never been a big birthday person. Growing up in the JW organization, I was pretty much casted into that iron of, like it's just another day. So it's been very challenging to break out of that mold. And celebrate a solar return. And so again, what was I doing last night? It was pouring rain and my ass was in this chair. I was decoding for all of you. I mean, yeah, I was doing it for myself too, but I'm doing it for everybody because I'm an Aquarian and I feel like everybody's the global village. Everybody's part of me, right? That's how I feel, the extension of that. So I try to treat everybody evenly across the board, no matter what you look like, what your skin color is, how long your hair is, how short your hair is. That's just kind of how it is for an Aquarian, how it is for me as an Aquarian anyway. God is light. That's right. And so are you, slowed down into physical matter. See, that's the whole thing of it all, is that it's the pulse of light, and what chases the pulse of light. Let me see if my son's dead. So imagine this light bulb, which is kind of light, but imagine this is the pulse of light and it moves forward, right? Like if it's dark where you're at right now, it's not going to stay that way. When the sun seemingly appears to rise or come towards us, whatever you fancy, those rays of the sun are the rising of the sun. Those are the virginized rays of the sun that first hit your face when the sun appears to rise or come towards you in the sunrise position. 6:30, 7:30 in the morning. That's what starts to create the game. That's why the rooster makes its noise. The rooster is tied to Saturn. In the Chinese astrology, there's the rooster tied to Saturn, the 10th house, Kronos, Capricorn. It's really interesting. I have said this so many times. I do this on my readings a lot. I tell people, we are all the sons and daughters of God. And you can clearly see, if you've ever been fortunate enough to go and sit inside of a courtroom, and you're there early, let's say court starts at 9, you're there at 8:45, and you're sitting down. Everybody's sitting down. And when that 9 o'clock hits and the bailiff starts to say, all rise, because the judge walks in wearing all black, what do you think that means? All rise means you stand up because you're the sons and daughters of God, and God walks in, who's the chief, who is the judge, who is wearing all black, representing Saturn, Kronos, Father Time. That's just straight from a courtroom. This is where you get the rising sign in the astrological positions. It's pretty interesting. But it's all about the chasing the pulse of the light. The pulse of light moves, and then you have this transverse wave, this corkscrew that follows it. And that's where you get DNA. DNA is the double helix spiral. That's it. That's pretty much the brunt of it, if you want to really simplify it. Randy, decode serpent. I've already done that. I already had that one. I already decoded serpent. Serpent is light. Now, I mean, obviously there's the snake that's called the serpent, but the serpent is you. That's why I say you're the devil. Be the best little devil you can be. Whoa, wait a minute. Some of you that are new, like, what do you mean? I'm not a devil. Of course you're a devil. You're a sinner, aren't you? Everybody sins. Everybody makes mistakes. If you're into theology, Jesus even said, your father's the devil. If you like that. And what is the devil? It's light. It has to be light, because go into a pitch black room where you can't even see your hand in front of your face and go create something. Go and invite 100 of your friends over and go inside of a pitch black room where none of you can see each other's face and start to have conversations. It's a game changer, but go try to create something at that. You're not going to get much done. Once you turn on the lights, it's like, whoa, and then now you can start to create your stuff in life. You need light to do that, whether it's artificial light or whether it's natural light. And these aspects of light, they all carry a code. Inside light carries code, just like your DNA carries a code. This reality carries a code. Who do I think will win the Super Bowl? I got the Chiefs beating the Eagles 31-27. Total of 58 points. That's just for fun. Why did I pick the Chiefs? Because everything hinged on Tom Brady and his retirement. And then, I use my system using the cards, this all my notes and stuff, but the card book here. I've predicted the last 3 Super Bowl winners with it. Maybe I'll get number 4, but I got the Chiefs beaten, and folks, let me just tell you right now, knowledge is a curse. The more you know, it's like a lightning bolt. If you look at a lightning bolt come down, it branches off so many different directions. That's knowledge. And the more you get, the more diverse you get, the less you know. Because now you have all these ingredients in front of you to choose from to make your decision. It's like if you're in a paralegal and you're an attorney, it's all this discovery. It's like, oh God, I got to read through all this discovery. It's going to take me weeks to do it. Right? That's the curse of. So looking at the Super Bowl, decoding, and again, it's all embedded into Tom Brady, his retirement. It's embedded into our DNA, folks. Trust me, it is. I was watching last night, Watson and Crick. If you've ever looked into the DNA, the founders and who discovered it, the story that I found was Watson and Crick were 2 scientists in England who they were studying it, but the story goes that they got it from this lady called Rosalinda, who was at King's College in London. And she was an X-ray. She was working on X-rays, and she took a picture of it, which I'm going to show you a little sneak peek of that. And they kind of found it, and then they cemented their research. So they got the credit, those 2 guys. But she really kind of deserves the credit. Rosalinda. King's College. It's insane. The code is insane now, folks. It's just, wow. But as I'm listening to an interview with Watson and Crick last night. And they said in the interview that when they found this information, one of them ran over to the nearest pub. It was called the Eagle. Who's playing in the Super Bowl? The Eagles. DNA, Eagles, Phoenix, the rising of the Phoenix, cryptocurrency. This Super Bowl is not only hinged on Tom Brady's retirement, because Tom Brady had all this energy that came to him for all these years. Retires at the age of 23. 23 seasons. This is the 23rd card in the deck. Do you know the founding date for DNA from Watson and Crick is this card right here? Think about that. London. 23rd card, it's tied to the crown. Crown equals 23. Blood equals 23. Blood, DNA, transhumanism, cryptocurrency, 23, blood. This is when the DNA was discovered through Watson and Crick, the two scientists. It's beyond Rosalind. Tom Brady retires at the age of 23. This card right here is it pairs up with this one. And this is the day he retires on. February 1st, the Jack of Spades card, card number 50. In God We Trust equals 50 in numerology. 50 is tied to tin. Tin is the merger of worlds. Starting to get the picture now of what's going on here? When this DNA drops, folks, this one, man, I feel like I said, I feel like I leveled up. Man, just so grateful. Wow. Yeah, so the eagle has landed. The eagle, of course, is tied to the moon. It's all celestial. It's astrological. When I was looking at the Super Bowl, not only that's what I'm saying. This knowledge is a curse. A year has passed since I did the last prediction of the Super Bowl last year with getting the Rams beating the what you call it? Okay, who did the Rams even play last year? I forgot. So I don't really follow sports anymore. The Rams, I predicted the Rams to win. They won. I got them by 3. They got that. Just didn't get the score exact. But anyway, but now a year's passed and I have all this other knowledge. So when you get more knowledge, you tack it on. It's like, well, it could go that way now. You go, but man, like Andy, you got to, when you're looking at Super Bowls and you're trying to predict, you got to look at the coaches. Like, what are their, Andy Reid, 64. He's 64 years old right now. 64 is tied to our DNA, right? 64 possible codons in our DNA. Andy Reid, born on March 19th. 78th day of the year, 78 in the DNA aspect. I'm showing the string of the golden ratio is tied to DNA. It's all hinged upon this. It's so crazy how dialed this stuff is. And then I had to look at Patrick Mahomes. He's 27. And then you get, Jalen, the quarterback for the Eagles. If you take a look at Patrick Mahomes, he wears the number 15. Jalen wears the number 1. You bring those together, it's 151. 151 is the 36 prime number. 36 is tied to the word operating, as an operating system. The operating system is changing this year, folks, whether you like it or not. And it's not going to change in a well, you're not going to notice it. No, you're going to notice it this year. That's my opinion. Wow. Stuff is just, whew. Tom Brady has the 10 of diamonds card, by the way. That's his birth card. The 10 of diamonds. I just mentioned the 10 of diamonds, right? So you think about it. Patrick Mahomes and Hurts is jersey 15 and jersey 1. You bring that together, it's 151. 151 is the 36 prime number. Tom Brady has the 36 card in the deck. He just retired. Who do you think he's passing the baton over to? Got to pick a team, right? Is it going to be the Eagles or is it going to be the Chiefs? Well, then you turn to the astrological map. I started looking at the astrological map, and that didn't really help out a lot because there's so many possibilities there. The Sun and Saturn during the Super Bowl I did the averages on Super Bowls, and they go till about 10 p.m. So I did the chart at 10 p.m. in Glendale. Glendale is 33 degrees. You got to take the 33 into consideration. But the Sun and Saturn are literally inside the 5th house of Aquarius. Aquarius is there in the 5th house, where Leo resides in, which Leo is ruled by the Sun. The Sun and Saturn are there. And they are literally squaring the moon. Let me show all of you this. I know some of you will be interested in this. Those of you that are like, just stick with me here. Hold on. Let me show you this little screenshot. Okay. Let me drop down. Okay. So here, right here, this is the chart for Super Bowl on February 12th, which is the 43rd day of the year, by the way. 43 is tied to Hollywood, so we get a new Hollywood movie coming in. This hinges on that. How much energy is going to be directed at this game is insane, as is every year. But it's 10:10 p.m. I went on the averages of how long the average Super Bowl goes, 10:10 p.m. And this is what the chart looks like, the outcome of the chart. You notice at the very top, the midheaven, it's Cancer, changing its sides with Capricorn. You have the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, right at the midheaven and at the IC point, the root. But the biggest takeaway, ladies and gentlemen, was this right here. Because you see, Saturn's at 27 degrees. And the age of Patrick Mahomes is 27. And then his nemesis, the Eagle quarterback, Jalen, is 24, and the sun's at 24 degrees. Right there, bam, right next to one another, squaring each other. I mean, in a conjunction, meaning just sitting here buddying up, talking amongst themselves. Saturn stealing from the sun. The sun is debilitated in Aquarius. And this energy, as you can see, this red line right here shoots all the way across. Let me see if I can get my cursor. Hold on. My cursor has been acting. No, it's still not working. Okay. But the energy goes all the way across to the left here to the moon. You see that? And it squares the moon. So the moon is like the reflector. It's like a mirror. And the light bounces off the moon, and it's at 18 degrees. The word mirror equals 18. Okay? And then it shoots northward here, all the way up to Father Sky called Uranus. And Uranus in the 8th house of Scorpio, 8 meaning death and regeneration, but it's at 15 degrees. Well, who wears the jersey number 15? Patrick Mahomes does. And this is a complete ensemble of cryptocurrency, because if you watched my blockchain decoded, I showed the Genesis block 0 and the astrological map for that, and Saturn was literally right across from his daddy Uranus and handing him the keys to cryptocurrency. Because in my opinion, Uranus owns cryptocurrency. Now, I mean, they're all going to have a hand in it, but Uranus is the father of Aquarius. So, but it's also in the sign of Taurus. So Taurus is in the 2nd house. We come back over here, we get the moon again. So it's just, this is a big, you can see the triangle here. This is a big reflection. And that was another big one for me of why I ended up picking the Chiefs. Because who's the chief and who's the eagle here? The sun and Saturn. We have one saying yes, one saying no. We have expansion and contraction right here. But nonetheless, it's mirroring off the moon, giving its energy up here to Uranus, and through Taurus, the bull have the 2 horns, duality. And you're going to get Venus in there because Venus rules Taurus. Venus here being in Pisces. The only Piscean in the bunch is Andy Reid in the Vedic, because Andy Reid, March 19th is his birthday. He's an Aries, but not in the Vedic. He's a Pisces. So, and there's Aries right there. So, this was my takeaway for the another big piece of the Super Bowl for me. Anyway, that's just kind of what I saw. But it all hinged on Tom Brady, the retirement of Tom Brady, and where the cards are placed in the book, and who got the energy. And I can tell you right now, and now if I'm wrong on this, well, then I'll eat this. I'll have to go back to the drawing board. But I think that Tom Brady handed the baton off to Patrick Mahomes. Andy Reid has 521 wins. 521 wins. And I think the big takeaway, let me get my notes out here, was, who was it? I don't remember who it was. Oh, not Andy. I'm sorry. The Chiefs have 521 wins, but here's another big synchronicity. Two of them. Number one, Andy Reid and Tom Brady, the birthdays, the days in between, 137 days. That's the 33rd prime number. They're playing in Glendale, which has a 33-degree north latitude. And then the other big one was Andy Reid has 267 wins. If he wins this, it'll be 268. Tom Brady retired with 286 career victories, which is a permutation of that. So Andy Reid would match Tom Brady, 268, 286. 268 is the 100, is tied to the 105, which is the great architect of the universe. So these were the deciding factors. I may end up, I started to work on a decode. I may end up doing that a little bit, but I don't want to get too much into sports because I'm probably going to draw some people off here. Probably not going to want to talk about that stuff, but. Randy, get out of New York and away from the East Coast. This is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. No one knows a damn thing about anything about what's going to happen. They can get close, but you don't know if this is going to get crushed or that's going to get, or if some's going to get crushed, some's going to get taken down, da-da-da-da-da. Folks, just make lemonade, man. Go live your life. You see, if you turn off the static on the world stage and be a creator, life becomes so much more blissful. But if you turn on the mainstream and that dictates your life, you're freaking in prison. You're in a deeper prison. It's all fractals. You're in a prison right now. It's called your body. You can't get out of it till you die. A lot of you don't even want to be in your body anymore. I get it. But that's what happens when you turn on the mainstream and you start talking about that and paying attention to it, and it's a part of your life. It starts to dictate your creation in life because you're like, oh shit, oh my God, well, maybe I should save money. Oh man, maybe I shouldn't spend that. Or oh shit, folks, what makes you happy? That's what you should follow your instincts. Randy, I'm just going to ask you really, like this community is all about love and appreciating each other, and just like you don't have to agree, but just be more cordial. You got to make this community. I hope now. I mean, I thrive off of making the truth your own. Your truth's the only truth that matters. You don't have to believe what I got to say, but when you come and say you're a fool if you don't investigate it, that's kind of a shit show. That's like, we don't bring that energy here. So if you want to be cool, then you can stay. But we have some people in here that have the removal process ready to go. So, if you don't want to be cordial and loving and caring towards people, then you're just going to get the axe. As simple as that. So my last comment is, how can I comment without looking at the info? I've looked at pole shift. I've done it for years. I've looked at so much information. I've looked at so much stuff. I mean, how much information do you want to look at? I'm not interested in that stuff. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. It doesn't mean you're wrong. It doesn't mean I'm right and you're right. Just go do you. That's it. Go smile and be happy. If you want to go and scream from the rooftops and tell people they got to get out of a certain city because you think something's going to happen to that, then go do that. If that makes you happy. But when you come here and say, and you call people fools, man, we don't do that here. Seriously. Like you just don't realize. You don't realize how this reality works if you're going to come in and start slinging stuff like that. So. I mean, the interesting part is like, I've seen so many people throw predictions out there about things that are going to happen. I mean, even myself, and they never came to fruition. Now, I'm not saying that people's predictions don't come true. Of course they do. But how many are you just going to sift through a million of these all the time, or are you going to create and be a creator and go live your life? I just, I'm at that stage of the game for me personally. Anyway, like I want peace in my life. I don't want calamity. I don't want chaos. If I die, that's it. There's no such thing as death anyway. You just exchange energy and do something else. That's it. But we have this fear of like, I got to survive. I got to make it. Folks, you're going to die one day. Just so you know, I just want to be very crystal clear. You are going to die one day. One day you're going to pass away. I mean, are you going to live your life in fear because you're going to pass away? Just think about that. There's one guarantee. Like these theories that we have about this is going to happen. The Golden Gate Bridge is going to get blown up. London Tower is going to fall. I've heard them all. Those are all ideas that may come true. But the one thing that will come true for everybody is one day you are going to die out of this avatar. That's a fact that everybody must face. That's not a theory. That's a fact. But you see, we don't take that into consideration because no one's like, oh my God, I'm like, what happens when people like, hey, you got 3 months to live? They go start living their life. Because they start going living their life and maybe they become happier because that's it. Like, hey, I got 3 months left. This is the happiest I've ever been in my life. Before that, man, I was miserable. Like, woohoo, I got 3 months. I'm just going to go make the best of it. We don't do that when everybody's facing death here, ladies and gentlemen. You just don't have the date. You don't have the expiration date. Well, why don't you just take that same energy, like go live your life? So go be a creator, Yeah, Mataha, I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name. Mataha Vidasovic? Matia? I'm butchering that. But yeah, even that I looked today. Thanks for reminding my subscriber count right now. 31.4. That's Pi. My last name is Payette. It just follows me around constantly. Think about this. Why would my subscriber count right now be 31.4 thousand when that's Pi? And my last name's Payette. And our reality runs and hinges off of pi and phi, the golden ratio and the circumference of a circle. Jason was just talking about this, which I was totally enamored by because I've studied this. He says the calendar used to be on 360 days. Bam, exactly. But why did it move? Like people say, oh, it's not real. It's changed because it's Gregorian. Folks, everything's supposed to happen here in this reality, man. Why does it go to 3? Why do days keep going? Because we start moving to time. The Vedic astrology chart is different than the Western. Which one's better? Neither. They're both good. They're tools. One is a saw, one is a hammer. Or one's a saw for fine cutting and one's a saw for rough cutting. The sidereal astrology to me is your root, and the tropical is your crown. The sidereal is based on the fixed stars, the start of it all, the origin, the root, and then tropical is your crown, the ending point. And it's the spiral, the chasing of the DNA. That's why astrology is got the 12 houses. It looks like a pie, a dartboard. It's round. It's got the X there. It's all there. But this was great when he said 360 because I've done like the circumference of a circle. There's a reason why there's 12 zodiac signs and each one is 30 degrees because 12 times 30 is what? 360. So your eyeball, 360 degrees. That's what astrology is. It's your eye. You got two of them. So you got your chart when you came out into this world, and then you get the chart of the now moment that you're always changing. You're part of the collective. Your mind is connecting to something. Showed this, like, when you're a baby or when you're inside the womb, you know what's keeping you alive? The placenta. To the umbilical cord, to the navel, and the belly button. That's your lifeline. So placenta in numerology is 30, just like the word role play, just like the word feedback, just like the word demiurge. They're all 30s. Looking at your comments. Oh, we had to get some comments deleted. Thanks, Pamela. Big shout out to the moderators, Pamela and Steven. Is Steven here too? I don't know. I got Pamela in here. I'm not sure if Steven's in here, but big shout out to both of them. My yin yang, my Jack and Jill. My Mars. And that's another thing too, ladies and gentlemen. Mars and Venus have so much to do with this reality because it's the masculine and feminine from the celestial point of view. And, you know, Jason was talking about this. He was talking from our cakes. He was saying he thinks that what you're looking at night is not real. Well, and then he goes on to say it, but it doesn't matter. That's right, because see, ladies and gentlemen, we have thousands of years of people discussing and talking about the stars, talking about the sun, talking about the moon, talking about the movement of the earth, talking about this, and every time someone discusses that, it gives it energy. And it gives it energy. And then they pass it on into books, and then they hand them out in libraries, and it gives it energy when you read it. And then they put it into a documentary, a movie, and people watch it, and it gives it energy when they watch it. And this is why, even if what we're looking at outside of this reality is not real, it's still real, because people have over thousands of years talked about it, preached about it, talked about it, lectured about it, educated about it, read about it, conversated about it. And that amount of time gives this idea energy. It makes it real. That's straight up magic, folks. I mean, that doesn't get any more easy than that. It doesn't get any more easy in concepts on how this reality works. That is why I have consistently said, and many of you have been saying, is turn off the damn TV. Turn off the freaking mainstream. Every time you turn on one of these mainstream stations, you feed it. There is no exception to that, by the way. Don't think you're like, oh, not me. I don't feed it. Well, if you tune into it, you're feeding it. It's unavoidable because we decode these things. You know, I used to actually get a kick out of watching politics back in the day. Because I think it's just it's like a house of mirrors. It's so funny. But now I realize if you turn it on, you're giving them, they're getting your gas. So if there's a topic on the world stage that somebody needs, it's all marketing, by the way. How does a product like these, I'm a huge fan of these pistachios, these chilies, wonderful. I love these things. How does a product, how does it get to be a big product on the world stage? Well, there's only one way that it really gets big, and that's called marketing. Marketing is how a product gets sold in large quantities, because people like, oh, I saw that on the commercial. I'm going to buy a bag of those pistachios. Oh my God, these pistachios are so good. Hey, Jen, did you try those pistachios? Oh my God, you got to try these Chili's pistachios. And now you're marketing for the company. You're not even getting paid, but because you like it, because it gives you satisfaction. That's how ideas in this reality, under this dome, in this self-contained system, that's how this system works. It works off of marketing. People saying, hey, did you hear about that? Oh no, did you hear about this? No, well, oh, it's my truth. Your truth, you're wrong. No, you got to check my stuff out. You got to, and everybody's fighting to get their information out. It's just a shit show down here. And it's so funny. To me, it is. So this is all a reality based on marketing. Marketing. And it just seemingly is that people flock to the dirty laundry marketing. If it's like, oh my God, I can't believe that. Oh my God, that murder. Oh my God, I can't believe it. That's what people are drawn towards. Because you would never do that. Like, oh my God. But it's marketing. What do you think the mainstream news is? Marketing. They're all marketers. Having their campaigns. Entertaining you. To deliver to you their message so you'll say, oh yeah, I believe in that. And then you go tell somebody else. And now a lot of you work for the mainstream and you don't even get paid for it. Because you share your stories on your social. I see some of these people. Maybe you're that one of those people. You go onto your mainstream and you just got to share because you think you got to wake somebody up. I got to tell somebody about this. And again, if you think London Bridge is going to fall down and you think one of your friends is going to be on it, then yeah, I get that. I get it. But you see, this reality is not based on you saving anybody. You got to save yourself. Set the example. Those are basic things. Now, if you feel like you got to go shout from the rooftops, then go do it. I'm not going to say you're wrong because you're not. I got to light up a stoogie tonight. Oh, stogie. I don't smoke cigars. I don't like this. I always hated the smell of cigars. Ugh, just nasty. That's like the worst smell. It's worse than cigarette smoke. Cigar smoke is the worst smell out of all that stuff. Ugh. I just want to remind all of you too, as well. There's a comment here like I haven't watched the TV in so long. Yeah, but you have a computer. You have this. This is now your television. So it doesn't matter if you got rid of your television. If you don't have cable, you got internet, and now this has replaced the television. I do readings. Most of you know I do astrological numerology readings, human design, all that stuff, and I've expanded my platforms. So like I usually used to use always email, but then I'm like, oh, okay, well hit me up on WhatsApp or hit me up on Signal and Telegram. And I offer all those because it gives people a variety of what they want to use. But then sometimes I lose the message or I forget about it because I'm not always on these channels. Like I use YouTube and Facebook. I'm on Instagram, but I don't really use that account. So I'm barely ever on there. But it's like this is what society is moving towards. Applications. Got this app, get that. If you open your phone, I would, encourage, open your phone right now. How many apps you got open right now, currently on your phone? This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is where our energy is going, towards this thing right here. We're putting our energy, we're giving our energy to this thing right here, the black box. This is what you're giving your energy to. Now, I know some of you say, oh, well, not me. Well, you wouldn't be, if it's not this, it's the computer, so you're on a computer or a cell phone. It's an unavoidable aspect right now. I mean, if we all had no internet, your life would change majorly. If you had to go back and get rid of the internet completely, you just think about it. You got to go back into time. It would have to slow down. Everything is speeding up because the internet came into this reality. And it gives you instant access to almost anything you want. Literally now. That's why 5G comes in. It's like instant. The speed keeps increasing. The knowledge keeps increasing. The activity keeps increasing. We're literally inside a pyramid and we're at the apex. And look how small of a space it is at that top. That's where we're at. We're on the precipice. It's like, when you go into two ages, this is the Jupiter symbol, by the way, but it's like this. You're going from one age, let me see if I get it right. You're getting from two pyramids right here, like this, connecting together. Like that. And now you get your hourglass right there. You get the figure 8. So when you get into the top of the pyramid, shit speeds up. Everything gets cramped into this small confined space. So the space gets dirty. That's why during the dark, like you go back 50 years ago, folks, we didn't have the amount of corruption there's always been corruption. But the amount of it now, number one, is because the population has increased, activity has increased. But because you're at the final stages, or seemingly you're at the final stages of the dark age. And the final stages may be for another 1,000, 2,000 years through the age of Aquarius. We don't even know that yet. What if we're going through, we won't even see it. The rest of your life, you're going to live in the dark age. I know this is a possibility. I'm not saying it's true, but it's possible that we haven't even entered into the dark age, the deepest dark parts of the dark age. And then we go into the golden age, where you get the breath of fresh air. That's why it's a shit show. That's why you're seeing all this crazy, the loony bin at full force. 50 years ago, you didn't see it like this. But remember, everything's speeding up. So when things speed up, things happen faster. 20 years ago, if you're driving in a car and you're sitting there with your family and a song comes on the radio, hey, who sings that song? You're not picking up a cell phone to look it up to see who sang it. Or you're not hitting your Shazam. You may have to wait to go home and then call the radio station because you don't have a phone. Or call a friend of yours to, hey, who sings that song? That's how slow the energy moves, because you're not utilizing technology. Now we're using technology where you have instant access to hit your search engine and say, who sings that song? Or hit Shazam, and within seconds you have that knowledge. That's speeding up. That's why this reality is speeding up. Because as we increase with technology, life speeds up. And that's right, Maya. Now it's all exposed. So there are no more secrets anymore. There's no more secrets anymore. Everything's being exposed because everybody has access to everything. That's why you're going to have this huge Big Bang. This explosion and a creation, maybe a clearing of the board. A Tower of Babel moment. This is the aspect of cleansing the board, folks, and removing, it's like, I had presented to all of you, maybe God's sleeping. Like when you sleep, you're not active, not in the awake state. And then if you wake up one day and you're like, I don't feel good, what do? You take action to fix it. So the earth, is the earth sick? It's definitely polluted. If you look at the earth as an archetype, as an organism, like a human vessel, it's sick. It's got diseases and sicknesses all over it. It needs to be cleaned up. Will that happen? I love it. So one level up says nukes don't exist. Facts. Well, you should say, this is just my suggestion. That's your facts. That's what you have adopted as your belief. This is like nukes don't exist. That's my truth. Because you can't say that with absolute certainty. You just can't. You don't really, how do you really know that? You don't. You haven't been over to foreign countries. You haven't been to their secret places, and so it's your facts. So we have some Bashir's rubbing off in here. I like it. Square Peg says that's how AIX tricked us and was able to trap us here. Is that what we're in? Are we in a trap? It's a theory. It's just a theory, folks. It's not a fact. It's your fact. Maybe it's your theory. I know, Jason's got his truth. I love his content, but that's his truth. And that's, that goes into, he was talking about the haters. It's so funny. And I was just like, I'm laughing because, it's so like the haters out there that come onto channels, they don't even realize that they're rookies because they're just giving energy away and they're just, we're collecting subscribers, collecting energy. Thank you for the energy. Thank you for the energy. Thank you for the energy. And you just got to get good at controlling how you react towards it. But it's all about your truth, folks, what you believe in. That's at the end of the day. If we laid all your truths out onto the table, do you think you have everything figured out? I know I don't. So you're going to have some wrongs in there, like the 1 + 1 = 2. Some of those are going to be wrong. Every single one of you will have some things in there that are 1 + 1 = 2. It's wrong. So you haven't figured it all out yet. So are we in a trap? Elvis sang it. I'm caught in a trap. I can't get out because I love you too much, baby. What is Elvis singing about? Suspicious minds. What was he singing about? Well, I feel like, and I decoded it, Elvis, electricity, but he was talking about, I love you too much, baby. That's this world. I'm caught in a trap. It's all chasing ass, folks. It's the male chasing the female chasing the male. That's what this whole reality is based upon. You wouldn't have got here if your parents didn't hump. This game needs players. Oh, I've got to mention too. This upcoming decode on DNA, it's tied to Area 51. It's tied to Roswell, New Mexico, 1947. Is it a coincidence that the UFO, the whole Roswell, New Mexico, came out in 1947, the same year that the Dead Sea Scrolls were found in the Qumran caves over in Jerusalem? Is that a coincidence? 1947? It's all marketing, folks. This entire reality is a big Ponzi scheme, and it's all being marketed to you. It's being marketed to you. Yeah, this reality wants your attention. That's right. Flip mode 007. This reality wants your attention. You see, if you study the double slit experiment in physics, if you haven't seen that, if you haven't studied it, I would encourage all of you to go check it out. The double slit experiment, based on the photon of light. Light. It's based on light. And light behaves differently when it doesn't have something looking at it. So when you put something and you observe it, what ends up happening, ladies and gentlemen, once you look at something, like this bag of pistachios, you just look at it. You say, it says pistachios on there. You have given the name pistachios in the bag more gas. Then you say, I like those pistachios. You're giving it an acknowledgement. It gives it more energy. Everything requires the direction of energy. That's magic. So with the double slit experiment, when you put an observer on the ray of light, however, what that whole experiment was based upon, it changes. It goes into an interference pattern because now you have defined it. And when you look at something and you define it, you give it your energy, it weighs it down, it changes it, it literally puts it off balance. Because now it's not virgin anymore. Because now you have defined it, now you have looked at it, now you have talked about it. Now you've given it your energy and you've changed that entire subject. Double slit experiment. Pistachios is 33, I think, in numerology. Yeah, I may start munching on these, so I got them here. But for a meal, for food, right? Because I'm plant-based, right? The majority of my food is plants. And if I'm sitting down decoding, I grab apples and then I got my coconut water here, right here in Mexico, fresh coconut water, pretty awesome. Are letters part of how magic works? Of course. The letters that we call letters A, B, C, D, F, these letters are archetypes. Everything in this reality is an archetype. Everything. So just imagine you look at the letter A and say, hey, A walks in the door, or B walks in the door, or F walks in the door. Hey, what's up, F? F you, haha, yeah, that's the joke. Like F walks in with a pair of legs and a couple arms. You're like, hey, F you, haha, yeah. That's the F is an archetype. Everything is an archetype in this reality. The camera I'm using is an archetype. The lights that I'm using is an archetype. The iPad that I'm using is an archetype. My keyboard is an archetype. These cards are an archetype. Everything in this reality is an archetype, folks. So Michael is asking a question. Why are we here in this simulation hell? Well, I would first encourage you to take a look at how you observe this reality. I mean, are you joking around with that, or are you being serious with that? I don't know if it's kind of a joke, or are you being, because I think part of you is serious. Like we joke, but we're serious, right? How do you make lemonade out of this reality? Because it can be a hell, right? Especially during the dark age. I mean, again, Earth right now is polluted, it's sick, it's got diseases and illnesses. And you're having to live amongst that. Imagine your body, you wake up and you have stage 4 cancer, or you have irritable bowel syndrome, or you have discs in your back that are bulging, or you have this and that, or something, your body's breaking down. What happens when you break down? What happens when you're in pain, folks? Your toleration levels go down. Your irritability goes up. People push your buttons easier. You lack some love in your life, compassion, because you're in pain. You blow up. You're like, oh, because it hurts. Or you get tired of it. You get out of bed and your back's sore every day. You get tired of that. Well, think about this is how the earth is now. There's a lot of people in that situation. That's the energy that they're giving off on a daily. As above, so below. So the earth is mirroring that. As these forests get chopped down, as things get removed, replaced, etc., the earth is going through the same kind of transformation that we are. We're seemingly, when you have a sick body, you try to heal it, right? You fix it. Well, the earth obviously is very resilient. We're all we are anyway, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. This body, you're just a little cell. You're a cell inside of this archetype called Earth. This reality is a battery. It's a rechargeable battery. This reality is. I just want you to think of like Earth has an anode and a cathode, the sun and the moon. It's a battery. It's a rechargeable one. And inside the battery, in your car battery, there are cells with liquid in there. And our bodies have trillions of cells with liquid inside. And right now inside your body, you have cells committing suicide called apoptosis. You have ATP given off. You have energy. You have all these things going on inside your body. You have immune system fighting the attack and the foreign invaders and the pathogens. There's war going on inside your body right now. It creates energy. This is a battery right here. And you're a cell inside the bigger battery called Earth. That's what you service. It's just that simple. And I can tell you right now, there is nothing you can do about it. Nothing. You just got to live out your life. That's why it's better to live your life, make lemonade, and be peaceful and blissful than it is to complain and just sit there and live in fear all the time. That's not fun. Tibetan Book of the Dead is amazing. That's where the Bible's from. Horus is Jesus. Jesus is Horus. Another link to the Super Bowl 57. Another link to the Super Bowl, a fun one, is that the Philadelphia Eagles? Yeah, no, the Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs, their founding date, August 14th, which is the 226th day of the year, which is linked to the element radium, the 88th element, 226. Those are the Chiefs, Ra. What do we think about Manly P. Hall? I did a decode. Go check out my decode on Manly P. Hall. I covered his book on where he got his information from. Lucifer, he got it. That's where he got it from. That's what it's connected to. I mean, I don't know if it's just stops there. What are my thoughts on the tetrahedron? I love all the polygonal shapes. The octahedron, the tetrahedron, I love all that stuff. They're all just part of the bigger picture. You got the 64 star tetrahedron. I love that one a lot. It's like a crystalline shape, but it's a Mandelbrot set, right? This reality is just never ending, limitless. Bones, what the bleep down the rabbit hole. Yeah, that's a good documentary. I remember watching that. Think about this too, ladies and gentlemen. Super Bowl 57. What's that connected to? How about the Truman Show? Because the Truman Show in numerology equals 57. How about Stairway to Heaven? That equals 57. What did Truman walk up when he left the game? The stairs. 57. That's why it's tied to our DNA. This upcoming decode I have coming on the DNA, the eagle, the chiefs battling it out, the sun and Saturn in the same house, reflecting off the moon. I mean, it's all tied to cryptocurrency and transhumanism and the agenda for that. Is that where we're going to go? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, this I'm so grateful. Like right down the street, for like literally, there's only like 3 or 4 streets where I live. Well, main ones anyway, and just literally a 2-minute walk down the street. There's this juicery, and I can get that all day. They have that all the time, so I'm super grateful. The best orange juice. Whoo! You know, it's not pasteurized, heated up. It's bomb. I got some grapefruit juice in there. Man, I've been juicing a lot since I've been in Mexico and just feeling great. The light game. That's right. We're playing out the light game. This is the light game. Let me see how many people we got here. How many people we got going on? All right. You guys all ready to see a little sneak peek of my DNA? You guys want to check it out? Guys and gals? Then I'll come back to some of your questions. All right, so let me talk about Santos because people ask me. Like, I know I've gotten a lot of questions. Look, ladies and gentlemen, I was just an instructor at the academy. I had no ties to it. I had no ownership to it. Nothing. All right. When I came here to Puerto, I came here for 2 reasons. Santos was here, and I was a friend of Santos, and because the beach is right here, and I love the water. Scorpio rising. I love the water. All right. And so I moved here from the middle of Mexico a little over a year ago, which I loved. I was in the mountains though, so it wasn't as glorious as the beach. When I came here, they were talking about doing the Syncretism Society and they wanted me to help out. So I did. I helped them with all their back end stuff, their podcast equipment, microphones. I did, because I did all that stuff. So I helped them out, and then I'm like, hey, can you do some videos? I'm like, yeah, okay. So I did some. I took nothing from it. Met Danny. Danny was super cool. A lot of people hate that guy. They look at pictures of him online, or they hear like, oh, I've heard, well, he's been at the United Nations. Yeah, but who cares about what he did in the past? See, I got to know Danny. Danny's a cool dude. Now, did he screw over Santos? I went and asked Santos. You know what Santos says? No. But people think that. They perceive that. They'll go watch other people's videos that are just sitting there bashing other people. They don't have all the facts. They've never even come here to Mexico. Unless you come here and you meet and you see what's going on, please don't assume based off someone else's video or what you heard or a phone call or an email or what you heard the chitter chatter online. I mean, yes, Santos, he's a big boy. He knows he's gone through it. He's going through some major changes in his life. I don't resonate with a lot of the things he was saying or doing, but that's on him, man. I just always looked at the value in that guy. Always. I always strive to look at the good in people. Because everybody thinks they're good, right? All of you here have bad inside of you. So nonetheless, when I came here, I got to meet all these people there. It was so nice to me, so super cool. I helped out. Didn't take anything. Helped them out, did podcasts, as all of you know. And then it just, Santos went into this different realm of consciousness and just didn't happen. So the Syncretism Society, the website's still open. You can go in there. There's all the countless videos there if you're a member. If you want to cancel, you can cancel. I've already talked to Danny. Danny's already said how to cancel. It's easy. You just go cancel your subscription and you're done. That's it. So those of you that want to do that, just go in there and cancel your subscription. But is it gone forever? No, because Santos just moved just the other day. He went to another location in Mexico. And he's doing great. He's doing great. So right now, the Syncretism Society, I would say, if I had to guess, it's on hold. That's all I know. That's all I know. And I just came here to help out. I'm still here in Puerto. So just want to let all of you know that. All right, Santos is doing great. He looked great. I just saw him the other day. I went over there to help those guys a little bit to move, and he looked great. He was feeling good. He was excited about the change, going to a different location. And that's it. That's it. I mean, to me, man, Santos paid his dues. That guy gave his heart to the world, and people looked at some of maybe his troubling times in life and just hung him on the cross and overlooked all his greatness. And that's on you when you behave like that. Like, you don't have to like someone the way they're behaving. That's totally fine. But don't just dismiss all the greatness they brought into this world, because they paid a hefty price to do it. Yeah, so the comment, Santos been bitten by I don't even know what that means. Do you? I'm going to stop with that on the comments. People are professional regurgitators and they're professional assumers. That's what people have come down to this day and age. They just listen to something, oh yeah, that sounds good. So you just vomit it out of your mouth. And out comes the regurgitation or what your assumption is. Do your own research before you make assumptions. And then on top of that, why do we even got to say anything about it? Who was talking about it earlier? Because I was listening to Jason from Archetypes was saying hey, I have all these haters, and he's like, hey, I got my subscriber count's gone up and da-da. And it's you don't want these people coming, but you're going to get energy from them. Yeah, that's fine. But you know what kind of a low frequency vibe you got to have to try to cause division between you and somebody else. We're trying to bring people together, folks. We're trying to bring people together. You got your truth, I got mine. Let's come together and collaborate. But you got people out there that's all they do is sit on the computer and they try to freaking drill you. They try to take you down because they don't agree with your truth. When the funny thing is that person hasn't even figured out how this works. This reality is based upon what you believe is your truth, and that's it. That's the final answer. Philosophically, that's the only answer. Your truth is what makes your reality, and that's the only truth that matters. Why would you even try to defend it or argue against it or bring somebody else's truth down? You know why people try to bring other people down? Because they're afraid. They live in fear. That's why they do it. That's why they attack people. They're afraid that that person's going to look better than them. They're afraid that they're not going to have the truth. It's all fear-based. There's no love in that when you attack somebody in their channel or their content. There's no love in that. That's all fear, lower chakra energy. That makes you decay faster, by the way. Those people that are out there doing these YouTube channels or doing this creation of content, bashing other people, putting them down, making videos, all this silly nonsense, their lives, they're decaying quicker. Because that energy is not a live energy. It's all energy that is just going to consume you dry like an energy vampire. And essentially that's what you are. Those of you that are haters, or those of you that are constantly out there trying to bash other people. You're just an energy vampire, which you just live in fear. You probably don't even like your life. You probably hate your life, actually. Dylan's asking about Sirius. Are you serious? Yeah, I've talked about Sirius a lot over the past year. Go watch, if you want to get the lowdown on Sirius, please go watch my Bloodline Decoded. I covered it in there quite a bit. Sirius. Sirius is tied to Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth is tied to Sophia. Yaldabaoth is tied to Allah. Allah is the god of the Quran, which is tied to the Gnostics, what they call the demiurge, which is Yaldabaoth. It says it right in the Quran, by the way. I'm not making this up. It says Allah is the Lord of Sirius. I'm not making it up. It's right in the book. It's right there. What's Sirius? Sirius in numerology is the number 16. Here's the 16th card in the deck. Look at that sucker. It's one of my favorite cards. I have this as my rising sign, by the way. My rising sign in sidereal astrology is in the 16th nakshatra, which is matched to this card. The tower. Sirius. All right, so let me get into the preview of the DNA. Now, somebody made a comment. Thanks for reminding me here. Let me just go here and show all of you really quick. This is very raw because I haven't put a cover on here, and I lost my cursor. So you're gonna have to just see my. Let me make my cursor a little bigger here. Hang on a second. Okay. All right. So what you're looking at right here, I found this right here. This is a image of DNA first ever recorded. And that's all I can go off of. So some of you say, well, how do you know it's true? I don't. All I can go off of what I read. So this is the first image of DNA taken in 1952 by Rosalind Franklin. What do you see there? The DNA, the double helix, I mean, there it is. There's the letter X right there. X marks the spot. Inside the circle, going down into the hole, that point right there. And I found that, if you're interested, let me see if I could find it. Where's Jerry? Here he is. I was watching, this is what got me started on decoding DNA just yesterday. I did all this yesterday through my birthday. It was watching this guy right here who I've been a fan of for a long time, Dr. Jerry Tennant. He's got a book out called Healing is Voltage. Talks about how we're batteries. This is before I ever got into the esoteric. I was researching this guy. And he even said it. Your body is a battery. There's battery packs in it. Circuits. Your teeth are all connected to circuits. And this is what he was talking. I watched this whole lecture. It's amazing. I'll leave this in the description if I can remember when I finish. But there was the picture. And I saw the X and immediately I was like, oh my God, I knew X is 24. So, what is Elon Musk? What's the name of his company? Space what? SpaceX. SpaceX. Elon Musk has the 24th card in the tarot deck for his birth card, which is the futurist. So this is the big number that it's tied to right here, because we have the X right there for DNA, okay? 89 is the 24th prime number. 89 is tied to Yaldabaoth. And it's also the 11th Fibonacci number. This right there. And it ties right into, you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Right here. Bam! It turns right into astrology. So whether or not astrology is just a simulation in the sky doesn't matter. What are falling stars when they move? What are comets? I think something up there is real. But anyway, right there are the 4 fixed signs of astrology, ladies and gentlemen. The Aquarius, Taurus, Leo, and Scorpio. And there's the bullseye, and there's the X marks the spot, and there's the actual match for the DNA. Okay? So the 4 fixed, these are fixed signs. 4 fixed, and it's fire, air, water, earth. Okay? And there it is. This 89 being the 24th, here's the next slide. Right here at your bottom. Here are the 4 fixed signs in numerology. 89. 89 is the 24th prime number. There's the 24th letter right in the middle of that DNA, folks. What do you think comes down here to play this freaking game called life? Well, it's tied to light, I can tell you that. But the connections are obvious right here. Chaldean, the oldest known numerology cipher on the planet. And then you could have the X right there, the 24, and then we bring in this golden ratio right here. So the digits of the golden ratio tied to the sun, tied to nature. We go, where's the number 24 found in the string of the golden ratio? It's right here. How many digits is it total? 80. Look at what the total is. To find the 24 in the string of the golden ratio, this is how many digits we had to go through. We finally get to it, 80 digits. There's the freaking keys to the universe. 3, 6, 9. Why the 80? Well, because of this. Mercury. And now you're going to get into the Vatican. What suite does Pope Francis live in? 201. Tied to Mercury. Tied to your Kundalini rising. All right? It's all there, folks, right here. You can't miss it now. And then this was kind of the big deal right here, because 24, it appears, if you don't include the 1 point, 1.61, if you remove the 1, this website shows where the digit appears after the decimal. So it's the 78th and 79th. But if you add the 1 point, you're going to get the number 80, which is why we go back here. Okay, so we have 2 ways to look at this. For the DNA now, DNA into the golden ratio is the keys to the universe, number 1. And number 2, it's the 78th and 79th digit. 79 is gold. And when you add up 78 and 79, you're going to get this element right here called gadolinium. And it's the GD element, the God element. There are 64 possible codons of our DNA. This has 64 protons. And the icon that the Royal Society of Chemistry uses to describe this element is a television screen. That's right, because ladies and gentlemen, you're in a damn movie. You're in a freaking Hollywood movie. It's called Earth. You're in the Truman Show. And you're on the dance floor. You're on television, folks. Okay? That's what it means to have DNA inside yourself. All right? That's why the checkerboard floor is not bad. Has nothing to do with Masonic stuff. They're just using it. But these connections, using real mathematics, real alchemy, the science of numbers, and now images of the first ever recorded DNA, which was recorded, this is my last slide, here she is, Rosalind Franklin. Here's who discovered it. Here's where she was born. 50 Chepstow Villas. Here's the full address that I got from the internet. Look at the total. 157 and go right back to that 60. She came up with the first picture. She created this picture. Look at these connections. You think she's trying to screw you over or mock you or try to pull the woolly over your eyes or do something kind of crazy like that? Get one past you. I mean, folks, do you realize every person behind all these inventions and these, findings, they would all have to be in on the conspiracy to try to get one past you. And you got to take into consideration, the last thing I'm going to say is, her name is Rosalind. Rosalind. Roswell, New Mexico. And then you get into Area 51. This right here is photograph number 51. Why 51? Well, because it's tied to London where it was found. London sits at the 51st latitude line north. And she was a member of the King's College. And the day that it was discovered on was May 6th, which is 56, which is the movie. Okay? She was used to show this. And now I'm being used to show you guys and gals all this code. All right? You got to go research it yourself, but I'm telling you, there's something to the, her name is Rosalind Roswell. 1947, the UFO sighting. 1947, the Qumran caves where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, which ties to the Bible. 1947, 47 is tied to Tetragrammaton, tied to silver. Silver is tied to the Silver City. We live in the Silver City. Silver is the most electrical element on the periodic table. We live in an electromagnetic world because we're light beings. We chase light. We create waves, the interference pattern. There's always waves of energy moving all around you, and you create them yourself. Those are your magic spells. But it's all, I'm telling you folks, why Area 51? Why photograph number 51? Why does London sit at 51 degrees north latitude? What is it with this 51? Why? What is it with this 50 freaking one? Rosalind or Roswell. The word alien equals 15, which is the mirror of the 51. Folks, I think there's some really heavy shit coming down the pike that a lot of you are going to be really unhappy about when you find it out. That's just my opinion. I'm not going to say anything more on that, but last week we did a collective card poll, and I remember we pulled the Queen. This, even though this is not card 51, it's the Queen of Spades. The Queen of Spades is card 51. I just pulled this last week. Folks, I'm just showing you the tour, man. I'm showing you the amusement park. You don't have to agree with everything I say. I don't want you to. Essentially, I'm marketing to you, right? Everything's marketing. Every time you speak your voice, every time you say something, you're marketing to people. No, Area 51 is in Nevada. The nearest town is called Rachel. The nearest town in Area 51 area, it's called Groom Lake, like grooming you. The 51's tied to our freaking DNA, man. It's tied to Westworld. Have you seen the show? And Nevada is known as the Silver State. I used to live there. My driver's license is Nevada. It's known as the Silver State. I'm working on the decode for that. I don't know, something's going on over there. I think so. I know I had a discussion with Jason Bashir. He thinks it's all hocus pocus. I do not agree. I don't agree. I think there's definitely something going on there. Cloning, maybe. I don't know. That's just all for fun and entertainment, though, right? I can't say it to be sure. I haven't released the Las Vegas decode yet. Oh yeah, here I'll give you guys all a little thing on. This is the comedy in life. Here we go. Let me show you. Those of you that live in Las Vegas or have been to Las Vegas, have driven to Las Vegas, you'll know this and you'll get a kick out of this. So wherever you're born, the hospital you were born at, the area that you grew up in, what's the major, route that runs through your town? Those, you should decode those. What's the major freeway that runs through Las Vegas? Anybody want to take a guess? What's the major highway that runs through Las Vegas? No, not 66. The major one. No, not the exact. Michelle got it right. Interstate 15. It runs from San Diego all the way up into Canada. Interstate 15. Here's the 15th card in the deck. What is Las Vegas known as? This is the comedy, folks. I mean, what do we do? Get mad at it? Now, those that created Interstate 15, do you think they were fans of the tarot? I mean, they certainly didn't start Interstate 15 in Las Vegas. And those people that, if you go research Las Vegas and you start studying the incorporation dates and the people that, were they all like trying to screw people over and like get one past you and try to manipulate you? Folks, it's just ridiculous, the scripted reality that we live in. It's just funny, though. Sin City. Yeah, Sin City is... where is my... See, I don't have these things memorized. I should. Yes, Sin City is 18. Sin City is 18, which matches the word mirror, which matches the word Christ and Jesus, and has the devil card. I mean, I lived in Vegas. I didn't go out there and party it up. And back in the day, I used to, but when I lived there, I didn't. It's different. I guess it depends on what age bracket you're into. I'm going through your comments, questions, comments. Oh, the state of Maine here. We get the state of Maine. You know, in the state of Maine, you have a city called Wonderland. I think, is it Wonderland? No, yeah. There's a Wonderland, Maine, I believe. Yeah, there is. Because I was decoding Alice in Wonderland, and I was actually back visiting home, and I lived, in Connecticut, and I was in Massachusetts at the time, and I'm like, I wonder if there's a city called Wonderland anywhere near me. And sure enough, there was a Wonderland, Maine, and the distance between myself and Maine ended up coming up to like 666 or something hilarious. I don't remember what it was. Vegas is horrible now. Vegas is always depressing. Guys are looking at it how I don't know what you guys see, you guys and gals, like, the news in Vegas. Well, the news everywhere is all depressing. That's the job. The news has a job to do. So if you just start looking at when you look at that, you're like, oh, okay, it's just doing its job. Like the shark, when it swims in the water, the shark's got a job to do. Well, so does the fish. So does the crab. So does pistachios. These have a job to do. They give you energy. That's the job of the pistachio. It came into existence to feed your body. That's the job. So like when I went to Vegas last year, thought it was great. All depends on what how you are in life and what you're doing and what you're consuming. And I've loved every city I've been to. Like I've been to a lot of cities, lived in a lot of places, and get some different music on here. So I'm playing now is Symbiosis, in case some of you may want to know. Which I've played quite a bit. Okay, so Divine Hazel saying Wonderland, Maine is around Arcadia National Park. That's right, it was Arcadia, but I know there's a Wonderland, Maine. It was just so interesting. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, like when I was in Vegas the last time, man, I ate out a lot. I don't really eat out a lot, but man, let me tell you, that place has amazing food. They do. I mean, I just enjoy it. I know it's hot during the summer. I get that. Can be annoying, but you just go out at night, you make lemonade out of it, right? Do the best you can. Instead of complaining, just go create, man. Be grateful for your life. If you're in Vegas, if you live there, make lemonade out of it. Instead of complaining about it. If you live in the cold, like you decided, like why did I come here to Mexico? Because I wanted to. I like the warmth. I like tropical energy. I like the ocean. I like the water. I like, hot climates. I like that kind of stuff. If you don't like snow and cold and sleet, then leave. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you right now, even though I think death is just a facade, I think we just exchange energy. But just treat life like this is your only shot. This is it. This is it. Your life, this is the last run for you. Treat it like that. You would look at life way differently. You wouldn't be wasting time on blowing from the rooftops about them, they, and it's their fault, and I can't believe they're doing that. And you're not going to change the collective. So you being a part of the collective, you're just going to feed it and give it energy, and you're just speeding it up, make it even worse. But I think you all should be treating your life like this is your last round. And just go create, man, and frickin', be the best little devil you can be, as I say. So yeah, Vegas has got great food. It's not a ton of traffic. There's bits of crime, but there's bits of crime everywhere. If you go and research like the top crime cities, Vegas is not even in the top 3. So a lot of other cities have it way worse. But again, folks, if you have the itch to the itch to move, then why aren't you scratching that itch? Because you live in fear. That's what holds us back, all of us. We worry, like, what if this happens? I don't know if I can do it. What if I burn the bridge and I can't go back? And just go do it and see what happens. You won't die. The good news is you won't die. Likelihood of you dying will probably be slim to none. When I do a decode on niobium, I've included niobium quite a bit in some of my decodes sprinkled out through many of my presentations. Niobium being the 92nd element in the periodic table. It's tied to I'm sorry, the 41st element, but it has a weight of 92. Its parent, so to speak, if you go up the ladder, you're going to go up to uranium, the U, and that being the 92nd element. And that's tied to Uranus. And it could be tied to Uranus. But niobium is very interesting because the icon that the Royal Society of Chemistry uses, let me just show all of you that. I'll just do it really quick on the fly here. When you go to the Royal Society of Chemistry and you look at niobium, here it is. You look at always want to look at the picture. This website has been amazing. Big shout out to Royal Society of Chemistry. They don't even know who I am, but I've sent a lot of people over. They probably are getting stock loaded with traffic, but look at the icon they use. What do you think that is? That's the pentagram. 41 is tied to the words or the word Elohim. The word Elohim in numerology equals 41. Think about that. Okay? Think about that. There, folks, there's got to be some kind of freaking origin of us somewhere, somehow, some way. It's got to be a starting point of where we came from. There has to be something. Something has to end up becoming okay, well, that's it. But it will all just bottleneck into one source anyway. The source just spits out all these archetypes and people just like, I like that archetype. No, I like this one. But this one, niobium, there's the 5 right there. You know, you get into these boiling point, melting points. These all are clues. Come down here and you click on this and it tells you it's about the aviation. You know, that you can look up the word aviation. You can go really deep. Who discovered it? Charles. Charles is 22. 1801, 181 is the 42nd prime number tied to life, the universe, and everything. Whoops. Chattanooga in the house. Welcome out. That's right. The father of niobium is tantalum, correct. But it's the actual... the connecting point is uranium because uranium is 92 and niobium has a weight of 92. And that's how you can connect these elements beyond just where they're at in the ladder of alchemy in the periodic table. Tantalum being the 73rd element, 73 is the 21st prime number, and that's going to go right back to Ra. 73 and 21, it's going to go back to Ra. 21 is the world card in the tarot. Yeah, Denver's cool. I just don't like the cold. So again, folks, you know, if you had to pick, you want hot or cold, which one are you picking? If you don't mind the cold, then, you know, I see people, they get in the cold and they complain about it. Like, I understand, like, it's cold today, that's different. But like when you're, you know, when you start reacting towards it, then maybe you want to take into consideration, well, maybe this is not the place for me. And your circumstances, does it allow you to move, and et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of sacred clowns talking about everyone says go to the light when you pass. I heard it's a trick. So yeah, there's a lot of talk about people saying that when you go to the light, when you die, don't go into the light. But like, you got to take into consideration the logic here. Who came up with that idea? Where did they get it from? They get it from their mind. That's totally true. But is it accurate? Because no one's ever died to prove it, to come back and say, yeah, well, I was there and you have a choice. And I chose to go to the light and that's why I'm back here. But they didn't go, okay, well then go do it again. And then next time, if you can remember that, go towards the dark and see which house you end up going into. And you're not going to get the same set of circumstances you would have logically think that. So there's just so many things to think about with that. It's a concept. Where does the dark lead? Yeah. Dark leads to illumination. Logically, I look at it as, all of us are born and we use us as the example. A lot of seeds, we'll use this as the example. Seeds, a lot of them are planted under the soil where there is no light at all, but there are nutrients down there. And then water gets in there and the process starts of that seed germinating and shooting up towards the light to go towards it. That's what makes the plant grow. The plant doesn't move towards the dark. It actually moves towards the light to grow. So it starts off as a seed, and when it's in the soil in the darkness, that's where it starts. Where do we start off? As a fetus inside the mother's belly. Is there any light? Is there any flashlights? Anybody up there with a flashlight checking it out? Is there anything inside the mother's womb when the embryo gets created? No. There's nobody out there in there checking it out. There's no light in there. It's complete darkness. So we are born from the dark. And then we are born into the light. Just like many of these seeds that germinate. And these seeds, when you look at a seed, it starts off in the soil. It pushes through the soil. It becomes a flower, or it becomes a plant, or it becomes a fruit. And the fruit are just offsprings. The fruit are offsprings, little babies that come out off the tree or the plant, and you pick them. And you're eating little babies. Not humans, of course, but fruit and plants and vegetables and all that stuff. And then this has a cycle. The plant eventually dies. But you see, the plant can't grow. It can't produce offspring in the dark. Many of them can't. So do we go back towards which is it? You're going to grow. Sunlight is causing photosynthesis, which causes activity, which causes the wave pattern. It causes light and the refraction and just all these physics terminologies and the ways to describe how this reality work. Light. You need light to do this. Light. Niobium is a superconductor. That is true. See, ladies and gentlemen, I see a lot of your comments and I appreciate your comments coming in. I just will encourage all of you, go make lemonade with your life. It's great to go research things and be in the esoteric and the occult and listen to other people that you fancy that are spreading a lot of knowledge and great gnosis and all that kind of stuff. That's great. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, if you consume yourself with all this information and that's all you do, and you don't get out there and enjoy life and live your life to the fullest, you're not balanced. And again, there's no way you're going to change the collective consciousness. You're not going to do it. I know some of you are like, well, I'm going to get 1,000 people. I'm going to go do a Kickstarter campaign and I'm going to get 1,000 people and we're all going to get this. And folks, you can't get enough people. If you want to make change in the world, go plant your garden, go build your utopia world. That's a ripple. That is an archetype. You realize that if you have a backyard, if I had a backyard, one day I will, if I had a backyard, I'd be freaking planting garden there. Hell yeah, because the amount of plants I eat, I would much rather go out and pick it off the tree myself or the ground. But do you realize if you have a backyard and you can build a garden and you build a garden, that garden becomes an archetype? It becomes a home for things. Because you put the soil, you can now have worms in there. You have ants, you have colonies of insects. You're providing a home for insects and archetypes. Worms are archetypes, ants are archetypes. The garden itself is a complete archetype. And then you put the plants in there and they're all archetypes. And then you get into the fractals of cells. Every single plant that you put, every row, I'm going to put a row of this, row of cantaloupe, or a row of, whatever. And every row is a cell in the battery. You put the seed in the soil and the soil becomes a battery. And now that seed grows and out pops a vegetable. That becomes a cell. And each row of your vegetables, they become all individual cells, just like if you open the battery of your car, as you were to pop that thing open, you're going to see all these cells lined up. That's your garden. And they all give off energy. Of course, we're talking about carbon dioxide and the exchange of oxygen and the whole photosynthesis. Think about the word photosynthesis. Photo. What does the word photo mean? We're living inside of a movie. Light. Photosynthesis. So someone says, I hate gardening. Awesome. Go hire somebody to do it for you. Go hire a kid go pull a kid out of school that's, 15 years old that you want to pay him every week. Give him a little money. Support the kid. Maybe the kid wants to do something good with it. Maybe he doesn't mind picking up and building a garden for you. You just got to tell him what to do. Pay him to do it. Now you're helping somebody. You're employing somebody. Some young kid this is our future as the children. Go hire a kid to do it, or a couple kids, if you don't want to do it. But I'm just saying, it's like the payoff of having a garden is huge, because, all you got to do really is once you get the thing going, you just got to water it. And obviously there is some maintenance to it, but you can just hire somebody to do that. I'm sure the money that you'll save on food will be the money you could take that you would spend on the food at the grocery store, and you'd give it to these people to maintain your garden. I think it would just be a wash. But what do you get for it? You get fresh vegetables and fruit and all that stuff, man. I mean, that's making lemonade out of this reality. Instead of just somebody who's just a consumer. Like, a lot of people are just consumers. They don't create anything. They're just sitting there to try to take you down. They have the haters in there and all that stuff. I agree. Everybody does have their own path. I'm not saying you should go build a garden. What I'm saying is, if you had a backyard, I would. If you had the room to go do it, why not? As long as you're somebody out there and you're a giver, as long as you're out there, remember, we live in a cyclical pattern. You're living in a reality that needs you need to complete a circuit. That's how your cells end up giving off energy. They complete circuits, right? And then that's what gives you your energy. The Krebs cycle and all that kind of stuff. You can get into so many technicalities here, but when you put something out into the world, it's going to come back to you. You form a circuit. Some of you are not good receivers. Some of you are great givers, but you're horrible at receiving. So you block the energy. Maybe this is you. Maybe, and like I know people like that. They're huge givers, but they're very, very horrible at receiving. They got to work on their receiving. When you open up like that and you receive, you complete the circuit. And that's how nature works, by forming circuits to make the battery go. Vox Vixen is source energy just experiencing itself? So basically, I think what you're asking is this the universe having its own dream? I would say it's a very good possibility. It's a very good possibility that we are living inside the dream of the cosmos. This card right here it can be card 43. And it is the dreamer card. The word Hollywood equals 43. This is the card tied to Hollywood. The dreamer. So, imagination equals 33. And numerology, imagination. Think about what I'm saying here. Imagination is 33. And the card of Hollywood is the dreamer card. When you tune into your favorite show, when you tune into your favorite movie, when you tune into anything outside of you, you end up feeding it, right? I think it's unavoidable. We all like to be entertained. I like my movies. I like my shows. I like my music. If you're not giving your energy to a movie or a show and you're just listening to something on your headphones or in the gym, or you're taking a walk outside, or you're whatever artist is playing that song and you're like singing it, you're giving it your energy. You're making it bigger. Every song is an archetype. Every artist is an archetype. Every record company is an archetype. It's all branches. It's like a lightning bolt. I said the lightning bolt comes down and it just branches out in a million different fractals. That's this reality. Countless record companies, countless labels, countless artists, countless roads, countless cities, countless states, countless governments. They're all fractals, all competing for your attention. They want you in their movie. The car companies, they want you driving their car because that's their movie. So if you drive a Toyota, you drive a Lexus, you drive a Porsche, you're essentially marketing for this company and they're not paying you any. You're paying them. You bought their product. And now you're sitting there waxing it. You buy like a $100,000 Porsche and you get the Turbo Carrera and you're sitting there and you're waxing it. I've waxed plenty of cars over my lifetime. I used to sell cars, and you just have this pride of ownership. You're driving that car. You're like, look at my car. Look how fast it is. You're literally marketing for the company, and you're not even getting paid to do it. It's free marketing. So everything's just looking for acknowledgement. They want your attention. They want you part of their movie. And we're all cells in the battery, and the cells in the battery give life to the movie, which is the motion picture. Motion picture, moving pictures. Thank you, Rush. That song Limelight by Rush, living in the limelight, the universal dream for those of us who see. Norm is saying that's why it's called paying attention. That's right. But you got to take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, that everybody in this reality, everybody wants one thing above anything else. It wants acknowledgement. Look at me. What did I do? Hey, did I hear I want to say, what did they talk about? Oh, did they post something about me? Look at me. I'm going to take a selfie. Oh, look at me. I'm driving this thing. Oh, check this out. I'm wearing these clothes. I got the shoes on. I got this blouse. I got this new hairdo. I got this. It's all about acknowledgement in this reality. You're a billboard. You're a walking billboard. The clothes you wear, the brands you wear, the toothpaste you use. You're marketing for these companies. I get it. It's just like, well, hey, I got to brush my teeth. Yeah, I get that. Are you proud of what you market in this reality? Are you proud of how you express yourself in this? Do you feel good about how you express yourself in this reality? You should. And if you don't feel good about expressing yourself in this reality, you should take a deep look inside and figure out what the hell's going on with you. Like, why don't you feel, why? Well, I don't think I look good. Well, do you work out? I don't work out. Well, maybe you should start working out. Maybe you'll look good and you'll feel better about yourself. And then your vibe and your frequency goes up, and guess what kind of ripple you put onto the world stage? It'll be a much higher one. And you'll start to attract other people on those frequencies, and maybe your life will improve in the scope of improving. But this reality is based on currency. That's all it's based on, is the energetic exchange of currency. Fear and love, fear and love, fear and love, fear and love, fear and love. That's all, and everything's subordinate under those two. Fear and love. That's it. That's our reality. Fear and love, fear and love. Good cop, bad cop. Up, down, left, right. There's always because that's the pulse of light, and what chases the pulse of light is the transverse electromagnetic wave, which is the quark spiral, which is your DNA. You chase after the light. I told you, go stand in a pitch black room. Go bring your closest, when you have the next time you have a gathering at your house, family or whatever, do this exercise. Tell everybody to go into a room where you can get it to completely pitch black. And then start to have conversations. Start to talk. Feel how awkward it will be. See what people will say in the dark versus what they'll say in the light. What people will do in the dark versus what they do in the light. See, in the dark, there's not much activity going on from the outside experience of speaking. I can't really touch somebody if I can't see them. If I put a piece of paper in front of you with a pen and we're in a pitch black room, I'm like, here, go ahead and write something on there. Write out some words in the pitch black and then turn the light on and see how they look. The majority of you, it's going to be sloppy. It's much different when you look at these concepts from a logical perspective. We chase light, folks. We turn the light on to go to work. The light comes on when we get into the car. We open the car door. The interior light comes on. The dash lights come on. You can't go turn your dash lights off when you're driving at night. It's a much different experience. You start to go in fear mode. It's like, how fast am I going? Am I going to get pulled over? How much gas do I have? Go drive across the country with no lights on your dashboard at nighttime. See how much of a game changer that is for you. It's much different. Light is everything. And that's what we all chase. We chase light. Light is the master of this game. Without it, there's no game. Whether it's artificial, which just means made by man, or it's the natural sunlight. Either one. It's still going to give off a wave pattern. I haven't been to any of the dark restaurants. I've heard of them. But what would be the point? I mean, I do a ceremony in the dark, but like to go eat, I think maybe the dark is like, it's not that light there. Is that what you're talking about? Just going through your comments. Thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Is it still Saturday? It probably is because it doesn't say. Yeah. Oh, look at 11:11. See, I pick up. This is a phenomenon. Like, what does it mean when I see 11:11? Let me show you all that. That's a good topic to talk about because people see 11:11 a lot. What does 11:11 mean? Well, they're mirrors of one another. 11 and 11 looking at themselves across from the colon. So let me show you what it looks like in the cards of illumination one way. So I go to the calendar, and when I look on the calendar, the November 11th day is going to be tied to the 9 of clubs card right here. This is card number 22. So if you see 22s in your life, 11 and 11, 11 plus 11, 22. This is the card that represents November 11th. This is the 9 of clubs. This is going to convert into the 9 of wands. Right here. And now you get into the wounded warrior. It's tied to Jesus Christ. One of the aspects of the Christ, the spelling of the Christ, is tied to the 316 because November 11th is the 316th day of the year. The Society of Jesus, the way they spell Jesus through the Hebrew, the numerology of it, it's 316 or 361. And I go right to the calendar. Whenever I see a number like what's day number 250, I go look at the day, what the leap year is, what the card is, what the tarot card is, what the alchemy, what the alchemical element is. These are all clues tied to everything. Everything's all interconnected. That's why when people say the Gregorian calendar is not real, what do you mean it's not real? They changed it. No, it got changed because it was supposed to get changed. And that's just the story. So it has its own set of standards. It has its own set of merits. There's nothing in this reality that is wrong, by the way. Everything just is. It's pretty much that simple. But anyway, the 9 of clubs is the 9 of wands, the wounded warrior. So if you got this as your birth card or, I know this card really well. It's the Wounded Warrior. This is card number 31. 30 or 31. And this card, is it 31 or 32? But 31, right? What's 31? The ride or die. You know what this is tied to? Our DNA. Ride or die in numerology is 31, the 31st card in the deck. Let me just show all of you. You guys want to be let's be really, really transparent. Let me just give you, I didn't show this, but I'm going to show it right now. So this picture, go right back to the DNA. Here's the very first image of the DNA, first recorded in 1952. You see that right there? You see that X? That's why I got the X there. See the X there? This is the double helix now. Okay? The X marks the spot. Well, keep your eye on that X, right? So we'll go right here. And what do you see right there? See that X? See, because it's all about the number 5. There's the double helix right on the card. This is also the Georgia Guidestones. That's why the Georgia Guidestones had 4 main pillars and then the pillar in the middle, representing the DNA. This is card number 31. Ride or die equals 31. Ride the lightning. That's you. You're in the light. It's the electromagnetic wave chasing the pulse of light down the hole to come down and play this game, and you get an avatar, and now you're playing out the number 5. 5 hands, 5 fingers, 5 toes, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, 5 limbs, the pentagram, the pentagon, the 5-sided polygonal shape. 5th house of astrology is Leo the lion, ruled by what? The sun. We are sons and daughters of God. It's just that simple. The day that DNA, that picture was taken, was on May 6th, which was the 127th day of the year. It was in 1952, which is a leap year. May 6th is the 126th in common year, but 1952 is a leap year, so it's the 127th day of the year. 127 is the 31st prime number, and this is the 31st card. And look at that damn DNA right there. It's the double helix right there on the freaking card. If you open up your dial pad or your calculator, you're going to see the number 5 sits right in the very dead center of that dial pad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. It all surrounds that number 5. You see that middle piece right there in the card? That middle, that's the pulse of light going down. And then the transverse electromagnetic wave chasing after it. Ride the lightning. Right there. There's your DNA right there on the card, ladies and gentlemen. Card 31. What is the letter that resembles the number 5 most than any other letter on the alphabet? The letter S. S is the 19th letter tied to the sun card in the tarot. We're talking about light. We are DNA. Light is all about DNA. Your light slowed down into physical matter. That's what we all are. And you have this avatar and you give it your identity. Can I see your ID, please? Yeah, here's my ID. Everybody should have this as their ID. The 5 of Diamonds card. Folks, this is tied to DNA, and it's tied to the damn Super Bowl coming up. I'm telling you, this year is a monumental year. Monumental. I'm excited. Because, see, I don't believe in death anymore. I used to believe in like being afraid of death and all that stuff. I mean, yeah, if I was facing death, I would be just like anybody else. You'd have that fight or flight. You'd try to escape it. But, you know, realistically, I can calmly say right now, like, I don't fear it anymore. Because this can't be all there is. That would be crazy to think that. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, when I have this decoded DNA coming out, it's tied to the Wounded Warrior, you know, I mean, even if you take the 31st card in the tarot representing the DNA, and then you take the 31st card in the tarot, and it's the 9 of clubs, and you bring it into the 9 of wands, you bring it into the the cards of illumination, the 9 of clubs, you bring those 2 cards together. What do you get there? 95. 95 on the periodic table is called the Mericeum. It's got the initials AM. You add the iodine to it. It's the I am. And then if you just flip these, now you get the 59, and 59 is tied to the words, the game of life. That's what we're playing. You're playing a game. It's called life. That's why you get the Maze Runner and Thomas. I mean, who just retired on February 1st? from football. What is his first name, folks? I know all of you know, most of you say it's Tom. No, it's actually Thomas. Thomas Brady. I decoded Thomas. Who is Thomas? Through theology, it's Jesus' twin brother. Thomas. Doubting Thomas. Starting with the letter T. The letter T is the 20th letter, tied to the words duality, tied to the word birthday, tied to the word Mason, tied to the word Jesuit, tied to the word pawn. All 20. 20 is the element calcium. 99% of our bones and teeth are made of calcium. Tom Brady's full name in numerology, his birth certificate name, is the number 80. 80 is tied to Mercury. Mercury in numerology is 23. What age did Tom Brady retire at? I mean, how many seasons? 23. So think about what I've just said. Thomas John Brady Jr. is 80 in numerology. Let me just show y'all real quick. How did I say that? Why did I say y'all? That's crazy. Okay. I'm sorry, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady. He's got a long name, but let me show all of you real quick. Hang on. Let me show you. Okay. So here is Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. Best quarterback of all time. As far as stats are concerned, you could argue that, but 7 Super Bowl rings, most ever. Look at what his name equals, 80. Well, what is 80 on the periodic table? Well, it's Mercury. And you see the 200 there, right? 200, you get into theology, the fallen angel story, 200 fallen angels. This is going to give you element, it's going to be 201. The most abundant weight of Mercury is 201.971. There it is. The Pope stays in suite number 201. That's why you see that. It's all tied to alchemy, folks. Mercury, they used to make filaments for teeth. They still do. 80 is tied to Tom Brady. Okay? And when you say Mercury, it's 23. And how many seasons did Tom Brady play? 23. He retires. Here's where you get into the cards. He retires right here. He retired on February 1st. It's the Jack of Spades card. And the card that is in the same spot in the Master Life is the 10 of Clubs. And what card number is this? 23. This is card 50. Card 23. 50 and 23, 73. 73 is tied to our blood. Our blood is pH is 7.3. 7.3, 7.4. This is tied to the crown. See? Mercury, 23. Crown, 23. Blood, 23. History, 23. Even when you say 23, you get 46, and 46 is tied to the 4 main components of our DNA. Let me just show all of you that. Four base. Here it is. These 4 there it is right here. Let me just copy and let me show you these so you can see. Okay, so 23 found from this whole retirement of Brady. Then you get into the 4 base for our DNA, folks. Okay, let me get rid of the abbreviations and all that. Here they are. What I do, I deleted something I wasn't supposed to. What is that? Uracil. Hold on a second. What is that? Oh, that's ribo. What am I doing? That's ribonucleic acid. Here it is. I should know these by heart, but so let's get all the filler crap. Here are the 4 base for our DNA to keep you alive as a human being. What do you get? 106. 106. All right. And we just showed that the 23 is 46. So where do we get the connection? Alchemy. You go to the 46th element on the periodic table. What is the weight of it? 106. Palladium comes from the word Pallas, the Greek goddess called Athena, which was Zeus's favorite female character. Palladium. If you look at your astrological chart, you want to look where Pallas is at. That's your wisdom coming in. 46 and 106, tied to our DNA. Right? 23, tied to the crown, tied to blood, tied to our DNA, and then this 106 is tied to this right here. The double helix, whoops. 46. All right, 46. 46th day of the year. Guess what the 46th day of the year is? February 15th. You know, take a wild guess. Take a wild guess at who is famous on the world stage who has the February 15th birthday. Anybody guess? February 15th. What's up, Bobby? Does anybody guess? The 46th day of the year on the calendar, tied to double helix, tied to our DNA. February 15th, the 46th day of the year. Guess who has that on the world stage? 46th day of the year. How about Matthew Groening, the creator of The Simpsons? So think about what I just told you. Matthew Groening, who they have predicted things after predicted things after predicted things, is born on the 46th day of the year. Double helix equals 46. Matthew Groening and February 15th is the 10 of diamonds card number 36. And doesn't want me to find it. That's weird. Did I drop it? Hang on, folks. Oh, there it is. Matthew Groening right there. February 15th, the 46th day of the year, tied to the words double helix, which is tied to the 4 base. 36 card in the deck. Guess who has that? Tom Brady. Tom Brady has the 36 card in the deck. So you got Tom Brady, who has the record Super Bowl wins, just retired, passing the baton off, and it's tied to Matthew Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, born on the 46th day of the year. Both got the 10 of diamonds card. 10 of diamonds card is the card 36. The word operating is 36. Operating system. Pretty incredible, man. Just incredible, this code. And people go and they use these cards all the time. Play with them. Play with these cards, play with these cards, play with these cards. It's pretty incredible. But you go back and, again, the element palladium. Okay, if you're an astrologer, let me see if I can show you. I know a lot of you love the astrology part. So, okay, let me just show you this. I'll show you back on the Super Bowl. So here's the chart for the Super Bowl, February 12th. But this right here is... This is the symbol for Pallas. And I've done enough research on it. I mean, look at what it's right next to here. Sirius. Right next to it. It's conjuncting Sirius. 11 degrees and 14 degrees during the Super Bowl. So, whenever you find your Pallas, this is your wisdom. This is the wisdom, right? It's just so interesting, really, when you... Or is this the Super Bowl? Did I change this? Oh, no, that's not my chart. Oh, this is my 2023. But anyway, this is this was a chart from the other night. So, but this is Pallas right here. And this is your wisdom. All right. And when you look at the wisdom, it's tied to the number 46 in your DNA. And that's the light, the pulse of light. You're the electromagnetic wave chasing the dielectric pulse. And it's called the photon of light. It's the light game. We're playing out the light game. Okay, that's what we're playing out. We're playing out the light game. Without light, there's no activity, there's no photosynthesis, there's no game, period. And you can plug a light into the wall. Like right now, I'm using a softbox. I got artificial light. So yeah, but it needs electricity to do that. Playing cards are used in Sin City every day. That's right. A lot of casinos around the world, man, they use playing cards. I use them all the time, but they're archetypes. Every single one of them are archetypes, and they're all attached to a lot of our lives. We're connecting the dots. So what started it all? Let me show you kind of what started it all for the cards. Those of you that are interested. I'm going to give you what starts it all, what kind of ends it all with the cards. And I'm going to show you the charts here. Show you how beautiful this whole entire system is. It's quite beautiful. Through the cards now, right? So the cards are going to tell the story. And again, what I'm going to show you, what I'm synchronizing, like I don't know anybody else that has ever synchronized it this way. I'm only telling you that because the people that created these things, did they know about it to synchronize it with it to create the cards? That would be my question. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, 4 of spades. Hang on one sec, folks. I'm almost there. Give me a second. Jeez, what happened to tonight finding the cards right away? It's probably right here, right? Yeah, here it is. Okay. So let me take you guys on a journey here, you guys and gals. I'm just going to go right to the card chart here, okay? I got a course coming out on this, and I'm going to be showing you guys and gals really how the nuts and bolts of this thing works, all right? But you can read your life cycle for each solar return. You get your variances of what your life's going to probably be dictated through the archetypes of these cards. I'm not going to say it's going to be completely set into stone, but it will definitely have a lot of play in your life. And let me see if I have so I have my bingo chart. So what I've created here is like a bingo chart for each one of these battery packs. These are batteries, right? So here to the left is the handler of the one to the right. The one to this chart to the right is called your master life configuration. This is your ego or your identity card. Each and every one of you will have that. The majority of you will also be able to find the same card in the card in the same position over here in your master spirit, which I call your handler section. So if you're I'm going to start down here in the bottom right. So this is position number 1 right here. So I'm going to go to the bingo chart. Here it is. We start here. Why this is number 1 is because 52 sits right here in this is called the crown line. This represents the sun, the moon, and earth right here. The final players in it all. Okay? Getting all the energy from the other planets right here. Mercury through Neptune. And 52 sits here. And I know this to be a fact because this King of Spades is card number 52. And since we can't go to the left, we must go to the right and go backwards. So you wouldn't go 52 and any other number besides 51. So this has to be space 51. This has to be space 50. Okay, just like it has right here. And since we're going right to left, we must go back here to the left and start in this row. And it just forms a zigzag pattern like the flash of creation. And we end up in the number 1 position here. Now, there are other ways to read these cards. I was taught another way, but I have found my own methodology. I feel that this is, another way to look at it. I'm not saying it's the only way, but we want to go and look at what is in the number 1 position. What planet is ruling this number 1 space? It's Mercury and Neptune. Okay, this isn't the end all of how this reality works. But in the concepts of these cards, it's Neptune and Mercury. Okay, Mercury having that orbital pattern of 88 days, tied to time travel, communication, etc., etc. Neptune being called the sea monster because it's so far out there. But Neptune being tied to Poseidon and ruling the waters, perhaps maybe ruling maritime law here in this reality. Because when you go into mythology, you'll see that Zeus has this cooperation with his brother Pluto, Hades, and Poseidon. Okay? So Neptune has a big say in this reality, and Neptune is the planet of dreams and spirituality and all that kind of stuff because it runs the water, and our bodies are made up of water. So this is the very first position, and we have these two cards that represent the very first position. The Four of Hearts and the Four of Spades. This is the spirit side now. This is kind of like the starter of this. As above, so below. Okay, so the as above is got the Four of Spades here in the very first position. So let me just come back on screen. And the Four of Spades is the Four of Swords, the Dreamer card. So you have Mercury and Neptune cooperating in space number one with the Four of Spades, which is the Four of Swords, which is card number 43, which is tied to the word numerology. Okay, it's tied to the word Hollywood, 43. I think of the word intelligence is 43 as well. But anyway, that's the dreamer. So we're just maybe just inside the dream of the cosmos. It's just sitting inside of its third eye thinking about all these ideas. It's daydreaming all this. And this is all just its own dream. You can get into lucid dreaming. But this card right here is going to pair up with that Four of Hearts, which is a fire card in the Cards of Illumination. Then you go to the tarot, and this is the Four of Cups. And this is it's got the three cups in front. It's sitting there. So the expression of this card is like, do I really want to take this cup coming towards me? Do I really want to, open up this dream of mine? Because you got the dreamer next to it. So this card right here represents boredom. And it's in the very first position for the cards and how this whole system works. And you got to take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, the Four of Spades, which is in the very first position in the spirit side, the as above, starting it all off, is not only the dreamer, but you know who has this as their birthday? Hugo Weaving, who was Mr. Smith in The Matrix. He was born on April 4th, 44. These are two fours. These two cards are fours. Four cups, four of spades, four swords. And Mr. Smith's job is to defend the Matrix. What is the Matrix? It's in your mind. It has to be in your mind. Again, go back to the double slit experiment. Light is in a different pattern. Once you observe it, it changes its course. We create the interference pattern in this reality by observing it. We are the resistance in this Ohm's law, this circuit, voltage, currency, resistance. We are the resistance because energy moves through you, scalar waves and all that stuff. Matter of fact, with the whole DNA, that's all based on scalar waves and stuff like that. But that's what you're looking at. You're looking at the dreamer. And the dreamer tied to Hugo Weaving, because his birth card is the dreamer card. Think about that. And if you haven't checked out my Ride the Light Decoded, I showed in there clearly the difference between Truman Burbank and Neo from The Matrix. And you can clearly see the variance of the two because Truman Burbank is walking up the stairs to leave the game, and Neo is going down, getting plugged in to go down into the game, into the simulation. And if you wanted confirmation that put a nail in the coffin, Keanu Charles Reeves has the 9 of diamonds, which is card 35, which is tied to the word simulation. And then Jim Carrey has one card above that, the 10 of diamonds, which is the operating system. He's literally walking out of he's like, I'm out of here. Which again is tied to who has the 10 of diamonds? Tom Brady. Matthew Groening, the creator of The Simpsons. So if you think that these playing cards are just for playing cards, like playing, spades or hearts or playing at a casino, you got another thing coming. And the tarot is such a beautiful system as well, because it just tells you, it gives you the picture of, really it comes down to this right here. Our reality comes down to this Jack of Cups, Hearts, the Knight of Cups, this one. It's looking for love. That's why you're here. Besides money, ladies and gentlemen, love is the number one thing people ask about for readings. If you get like tarot, they like people besides job or employment, or what about my love life? I'd say it's neck and neck. And what is money and what is love? It's currency. It's just in a different form. This whole reality is based on chasing ass. That's what it is right there. It's going to be real simple. And this one right here is tied to the cross. If you checked out my two thieves, one of my best decodes I think I've ever done, the information in there, the two thieves is your two eyes, and you have the cross that sits right on your forehead, tied to your pineal gland. And you are down here in this reality, and there you have one job to do, and that is to go create. And there are going to be multiple opportunities to create from. Whether you hump and make a baby, whether you buy a dog, or whether you go rescue a cat, or whether you go build homes, or whether you go build a business, or whether you go work for somebody to help build their dream. This reality is based on building shit, creating things. And every time someone creates something, it gives off energy. Looking for love. This is tied to the cross through alchemy, folks. This one right here. Tied to the golden ratio. It's insane how synced up this whole thing is with all these systems created by different people from all different walks of life, from all different centuries of life. Thousands of years in between, all these births. It doesn't matter if calendars change. It doesn't matter if 1,000 years got shaved off here. It doesn't matter if this didn't happen. It doesn't matter if that did happen. It doesn't matter if this happened this way. Or all the shit happened because it was supposed to happen. That's it. And you can synchronize this stuff, especially the esoteric stuff. It's so beautiful. And then it makes you appreciate this reality instead of complaining about it, bickering about it. Once you know how you operate, it's so much more rewarding. I thought the handler card was a mirror to the life card. Well, you could say that. Through my studies and through my understanding and research, now I look at the handler card, the spirit card, as the handler card. And I give you the analogy of like the dog, like when you have a pet, like a dog, a furry one, and you want to take it for a walk, and you put a harness on it. Hopefully you use the harness, not the collar, but you put the harness on. And who's leading who? Well, you put the leash on because maybe the furry's going to go run off, but you're now in control of that animal. Well, do you think you don't have a leash on? I know you'd say, of course I don't have one on. Yeah, but your voice in your head is your leash. Well, I control my life. Well, who's controlling the voice in your head? I'm controlling it. Are you? Where do your thoughts come from? You didn't create your thoughts. You can consciously sit down and think about stuff, yeah. Let me just show you one more, ladies and gentlemen, just to show you how I'm being used by the source code. And I'm totally okay with it. Let me just show you real quick how ridiculous and scripted my reality is. So what happened for me is I was decoding this DNA yesterday after I watched that video with Dr. Jerry Tennant, and I decided to take a break. So when I took the break, I left. I went to the store. And when I went to the store, I came back and I decided to jump back into my decoding. But before I did that, I had to juice. I bought a whole bunch of stuff to make. I made some beet juice and apple juice. Big shout out to the Green Box Detox again. All those of you that have done it. Can't wait to do the number 3 one. But I'm sitting there in my kitchen and I'm washing my apples and my beets. And so I have a little Echo Dot on my table. I know they're listening though, right? I don't give a shit if they're listening. Don't care. I don't freak out about that stuff. Don't care, by the way. But anyway, so sometimes I just say, hey, Alexa, play whatever. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, what's the artist that's going to come into my head? I'm like, I don't know what to think of. And then I thought of Steely Dan. So Steely Dan came to my mind. So I'm like, hey, Alexa, play Steely Dan. So shuffling songs from Steely Dan on Amazon Music. That's what they say, right? And then this song comes on. And then as I'm sitting there juicing, about halfway through, I ask Alexa, what's the name of the song? So I come over and I write it down and finish my juicing. And then when I came over, that's when the comedy show began. Okay, so let me show all of you real quick. So here's Steely Dan, two main members. This is way back in the 1970s, obviously. I don't think anybody really dresses this way anymore. Again, if you were forced to dress this way, would you go out in public looking like this? Nothing against this way, but again, this is going back into time. Anyways, this was the song that was playing that Amazon chose for me, With a Gun. And it's a 31. And it matched Steely Dan. Out of any of this music that they've had, they have like 10, 11, I don't know how many albums, 31. And it was tied to this card right here, the 5 of diamonds. Did I not just show this? Those of you that have been paying attention. Which is tied to the picture of the DNA, which is what I was decoding that morning. Bam, right there. I mean, what are you going to tell me? What are you going to tell me? It's all in my mind? Well, then now I'm putting it out onto graphics. And then it came off this album right here called Pretzel Logic. Look at what it was. 51. As in Area 51, DNA. This was photo number 51, taken in London at the 51st latitude. Maybe that Steely Dan, maybe they're trying to mock you and trying to like pull the wool over your eyes. Maybe he wants to get some of his hair in your eyes. Try to fool you. Try to screw you over, make fun of you. And then February 20th, you know what date, you know what card that is? This one. It's this guy's birthday. And it's tied to her because on May 6th, 1952, Rosalind Franklin was the first one to capture the DNA through the picture at King's College. Okay. And it was on day number 127 because May 6th, 1952 was a leap year. So 127 and 127 is the 31st prime number. And there it was right there. And this is what I was decoding. And this song from Amazon Music played for me randomly when I came back home and started juicing. So what do you think, folks? I mean, do you actually think that, like, you think that my mind's my own or something? Folks, I'm being used to show you this stuff. What other kind of logic or discernment can we use here? What other kind of opinion you're going to attach to it? My background's really... Wow, that's really bright. It's probably because I just went back and forth. Wow, that's really white. Hold on, folks. Huh. I just noticed that. Hold on. Why is that so freaking bright? That didn't really help out, but all right. Still a little bit. Okay. It's probably just from going from dark to light. Okay. Anyways. It's kind of the fun there. I guess we're just going to go bright. All right, what do you got, ladies and gentlemen? What do you got? Let's see what you got. So I'm trying to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's like all I do, I'm so in tune with the code right now, like speaks through me in real time. That's all I got to do. It's just like I wake up, I look at the time, there, bam, there's a code. You know, like what are the odds I ask Alexa to play a song randomly and it plays that song and it's, all right, Alexa off.
Just say try Amazon.
So you got to really be careful. She'll sneak up on you. But anyway, this is my reality, ladies and gentlemen. So when I'm decoding this kind of stuff and this stuff pops up like that, I know this is my my confirmation. While you were seeking balance, you were born King's College Hospital. Cool. Yeah, you got a point there, saying, yeah, Amazon goes into a database, into supercomputers, and it's building a database. But, you know, I don't even have to use that. I'm just using that as an example. I've picked up my phone. I can show you countless things in my journal of things that have nothing to do with anything digital, just nature. And I get the same stuff. I get the same outcome. There's no difference. There's just no difference. I know it's easy to do with the supercomputers. Like, you know, why do things pop up in your timeline? You'd be sitting there and stuff will pop up on your timeline. Well, because you were probably talking about it. You were probably typing about it. You were probably doing something with it, et cetera, et cetera. So, of course, it's going to feed you that information. It's going to market to you that information. That's how we're speeding up. That's how we're getting more precise. We're getting precision about this reality. But you could take the artificial intelligence away and you're still going to have a programming behind it. It's just going to be slowed down. You know, I went to the, I showed this in my, I would decoded, I'm not even going to, I don't even want to mention his name, but anyway, I decoded somebody, and the day before I was supposed to do a podcast with this person, I went down to Tulum, Mexico. I went to the beach. And I not only did I find some sunburnt cards in the sand randomly down this trail that I wasn't supposed to go down. Walked down this trail that wasn't even a trail to go to the beach. It was like a trailblazer trail. And there the cards were in the sand. I remember them. I've said this, so you know, if you want to take away the whole AI thing, I'll do that right now for you. It was I think it was these two. So as I'm walking in Tulum, a day or 2 days before I'm getting on a podcast with this person has this as their birth card. I'm walking down with some friends in Tulum. I go to the beach. I go down this trail, and down the trail, which was a man-made trail, it wasn't like a public trail, there was cards in the sand, playing cards. Of course, I was like, oh, playing cards. And they were really sunburned. You know what card it was? It was not only his birth card, but it was the day we were doing our podcast. These are the two cards. That has nothing to do with artificial intelligence. That's nature. How do you explain that? You think that's just luck, coincidence, pure chance? It's just one incident. You can take away the artificial intelligence and you're still going to be left with the mold of the source code. And essentially, yeah, what we're doing is we're all decoding ourselves home. We're all feeding into the digital currency of the world. And we're creating it. We're giving it power. We're feeding it. It's hungry. It's like Cookie Monster. I don't know if so. Jelena or Helena is saying Sirius is Allah. I don't. It doesn't say in the Quran that Sirius is Allah. It says Allah is the Lord of Sirius. A Lord and the boss are two different subjects. They can be. So I'm not saying that it's not. Allah could be Sirius. But it says right from the Quran, it says Allah is the Lord of Sirius. That may just mean the protector. If you look at Crowley's deck, the Thoth deck, he's got Yaldabaoth as Allah. Or I shouldn't say that. He's got, on the tower card, he's got Yaldabaoth on there. And Yaldabaoth is outside of the tower. Tower card is the 16th card in the deck. Sirius is 16. I mean, are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. I don't have the Thoth deck with me. I actually have it. No, I don't have it handy. I have it digitally, but here's the Rider-Waite tower card. Well, like this is the 16th card in the deck. The word Sirius equals 16. The word Shiva equals 16. Shiva the destroyer. Yaldabaoth is the kraken. Yeah, the octopus. Can be said that, yeah. See, the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, all we're doing is we're guessing. We're going off stories, we're decoding them, we're guessing, we're presenting theories, but none of us have any absolute facts. We don't have 1 + 1 = 2. We just don't have those. I'd like to know more about how archaics determines possible outcomes. He's using chronology. He's looking at patterns. He's determining it off of base patterns, timelines. His theories are based on timelines. His big one is the Phoenix event, which is every 138 years. 138 is tied to the Truman Show. So there's some merit to what he has to say there, because 138 is the weight of what's called lanthanum. Lanthanum is the 57th element, and the Truman Show equals 57, tied to our DNA. So there's some merit to what he has said, to what he has brought to the table. Is it absolute? I guess we'll find out in 2040, because that's when he thinks the next Phoenix event's going to happen. It's a pretty big number, because 2040 is the 24, and 24 is tied to chromium, and chromium is tied to DNA. So there's some merit to what he has to say in many different circumstances we just presented there. And he's, the guy put his work in, man. I'm a fan of his work. He's got a lot of intelligence. I have my own way of looking at things. He's got his ways of looking at things. We meet in the middle. I think he's got a great way of presenting his information. Hey man, it's great. I love seeing his content. But I mean, you take his numbers and you bring them into alchemy, and it's just again, bolting on to his truth to make it like a turbocharger or a supercharger. And then you add on other people's ways of looking things, and you have, like Jordan has such a great mind as well. You add on his information, and now you have different perspectives. And again, ladies and gentlemen, what we're all doing is we're all just cherry picking. Like, we're all just DJs of life. We're cherry picking. Like, I'll take a little bit of this. I'll take a little bit of that. I'm going to make this my truth. I'm going to make that my truth. I like this. I like that. This looks good. This doesn't look good. And then you have your truth laid out on the table, and that's what you present to the world. This is my truth. This is me. This is my identity. This is how I show up. And if I laid out my truth amongst yours, we know that there's going to be some variances. There's going to be some similarities, but there's going to be some things in there that just don't match up with your truth. Who's right? Who's wrong? Well, you're both right, and essentially you're both wrong. Chromium is tied to our DNA, folks. Chromium is the 24th element in the periodic table, and even Athena in Greek, the goddess of wisdom, tied to our DNA. Athena in Greek numerology, the original language that it came from, is 24. It's tied to chromium. Chromium comes from the Greek word chroma, which means color. We're made up of hue, man, light. We're playing the light game. It's tied to the devil. Have I decoded Jason from Archaics? I've a little bit of his stuff. I mean, I can show you where he's being used to deliver his information. He's got his job to do. That's what my beliefs are. I mean, I saw one day he had his motorcycle out. He had and he's got this big old bike, and it had the 114, and I was dying because I was like, dude, what is that 114? And he's like, that's the cubic inch of the motor. You know, and that's the bike he's got. And the 114 is tied to indium, which means down in a hole, the light going down into the hole. It cracks me up. I mean, the word Jason itself means, you know, healer. Jason of the Argonauts, you know, starts with the letter J, which is the 10th letter. It looks like a fish hook. There's other names that start with the letter J that are big ones. Jesus, Jehovah. 10, the 10. I don't have enough information on Jason from Archaics to decode him. I'd have to talk to him about it, you know, like I'd have to look at his astrological chart. I don't have enough information on him to break him down. Why am I so white? What's going on with my camera? Weird. It's like super bright. Okay, well, anyways. What's going on with this thing? I don't know. Let me see if I change it to that. I don't know. What is an archetype? It's you. You're an archetype. Your car is an archetype. Light is an archetype. Each one of these cards is an archetype. Excuse me. That was, I actually burped right on live. I didn't mean to do that too. I guess I'll just take a sip of coconut water. Jason, son of Jah, you could say that too. Japan, the land of the rising sun. Japan is 16, tied to the Sirius. So think about that. Japan, the land of the rising sun. Japan is 16. Here's the 16th card. Sirius 16, Shiva 16, the land of the rising sun. That equals 71. 71 is the 20th prime number. 20 is calcium, our bones, our teeth. 71 is tied to Lucifer, the light bringer. Someone's asking me about the cards. Okay. How do you work them out? The suits. So let me show you. So I learned the cards through my friend Sharon Jeffers. She's the author. You may have been through one of her courses. It's where she gifted me this book that has the 90 solar spreads. You can get them online now, but she pretty much introduced me to this book called Sacred Symbols. What the hell's the name of the book now? Oh, I don't remember. Sacred Symbols, I think, of the Ancients. Sacred Symbols of the Ancients, I think. And that book came out, of course, in 1947, the same year that Roswell incident, the UFO, the same year that the Dead Sea Scrolls were found in the Qumran caves, 1947. So this book comes out, and she introduces me to this book, and that book was based on the ancient card system called cartomancy, and the way that they describe these cards is that we go through the 4 elements of nature. You first have plasma, fire, the spark that starts it all off, the photon, right? And in the cards of illumination, it's going to be the Ace of Hearts. This is the very first card in the deck, but I just happened to pick it. But the heart suit is the suit that represents fire. It's red. It's pointing downwards. See how it's pointing downwards, like going down to play the game? And then you now need the air to heat up the fire, and you give it the club. And the clubs are going to heat the fire up and make it faster. This is an air suit. So what makes fire hotter? Air. What makes magic faster and it more mobile and et cetera, et cetera? It's the club suit. It's the mind of the cosmos. Then you need the air and the fire to slow down to create matter. So it's spirit into matter. And the first element that it encumbers upon is going to be water. And then the water through the cards of illumination is the diamond suit. Okay? The diamond suit. And then the last suit that represents us as a human being is the spade suit, which is right here. I mean, I just had to pick this my birth card, but there it is. This represents mankind. In the tarot, it's going to be different, but the tarot came after the cards. I'm not saying the cards are right, but you got to take into consideration that, ladies and gentlemen, the 52nd card in a deck of cards, the last card is this guy right here. And the 52nd element in the periodic table is right here. So when you have the 52nd element called tellurium, and it means earth because it comes from the Latin word tellus, and it has the big earth right on there. When the 52nd element has a picture of earth, we're not talking about any other element other than earth here. And it's the King of Spades. Now, when you bring it into the tarot, it's going to be different. The tarot is going to start off with the wands. The way I learned the tarot, wands is going to start it off. So it moves with its position. Wands exchanges with the hearts, which are cups. The cups catch the wand. But it's a different format, so you can't really say you're using the elements. All right? You're using the elements with these because these clearly are matched up with alchemy. The tarot is as well, but it's just not direct. But essentially, these can be all 4. It can be all 4 elements because each card has 4 suits to it. So all you that are 8s, all of you that are queens, all of you that are 10s, right? You're in the lineage of 3 other cards. And you add those 4 cards up, and that's the total amount you have. Like if you're a queen, this is an interesting fact. All 4 queens add up to 126, which is 1/2 of the I am. We're servicing the queen. It's all about the queen entered, the queen bee. You know, London, England, where Greenwich is, which is where it's 0 degrees latitude or longitude, where mean time comes from. London sits at 51 degrees north latitude. This is the 51st card in the deck. What do you see on there? It's the queen. It's not just any queen, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Queen of Spades, which is the queen of the earth. The 51st element is called antimony. And the picture of antimony is the all-seeing eye of Horus, which is your brain. 51 is the weight of the 24th element called chromium, which is tied to our DNA, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't get any more clear than that. And I mean, and even London is 31. 31 is tied to ride or die, tied to our DNA. May 6th, when she took a picture of the DNA, it was tied to the 31 and the 127. It was the 127th day of the year, which is the 31st prime. The 31st card of the deck is the 5 of diamonds. 5 of diamonds is the 31st card. London is 31. She discovered it at King's College. May 6th is the King of Diamonds card that day. May 6th is 56. 56 is tied to lights, camera, action. It's tied to speed of light. We're talking about DNA, the double helix. What is the double helix tied to? Light. People say, I'm a light worker. No, you're not. You're not a light worker. There's nothing light about you. Again, let's go stand inside of a pitch black room and let me see your light shine. What a joke. You work in the light. You work in the light, ladies and gentlemen. There's a big difference. So question, how did you discover the elements into your work? Don't remember. I can't remember the first time I started to, I don't remember. I was led to it. And then I started to my voice was like, synchronize this, synchronize that. This number matches up with that. Then I started breaking down letters into names and each alchemical element. And then I named it Alchemology, which is taking numerology and bringing it into alchemy. And I don't know how people would even code this stuff to get it out, the outcomes that I've come out to. I mean, Keanu Charles Reeves, when you do his full numerology, I can't remember what the total numerology is, but Alchemology, which is what I've named it, is where you take your name numerology. So let's just take his last name. Keanu Charles Reeves. Okay? Reeves. So then you have a 255653. Well, then you take these numbers and you attach them to the periodic table. So he would have a couple heliums in there, and you take the weight of these elements and you start to add them up. So he's got a helium, he's got a boron, carbon, boron, lithium. And when you get all of these 6 letters together from the periodic table, you add them up. Got 3 borons, he's got a copper in there, a carbon in there. You add them all up, and then you do it for the entire birth certificate name. And you know what Keanu Charles Reeves' name adds up to? 143 through Alchemology. You know what element on the periodic table has a weight of 143? How about this one? What was his name in the movie? See, it says 144, but you come down to the oxidation states and isotopes, and there's the 143. And 143 is a permutation of pi, 3.14. 23 is the natural abundance. 23 is tied to our DNA. It's tied to the crown, blood, history, and numerology. I mean, I could just keep going. Oh, was I showing that? Oh, I didn't show it. Damn. Let me show it again. So when you take the last name, like Keanu Charles Reeves, and you have these 6 letters, you take these letters and you then bring these into the periodic table. So then you take the 255653, you bring it into the periodic table, and you have helium, you have boron a couple times, you have carbon, and you have lithium. And you add them all up. When you click on them, they have all these weights here. And you add it up. When you add up Keanu Charles Reeves' full birth name, it equals 143, and this is the element that's linked to the 143. You come down to the oxidation states and isotopes, and there it is. This is what his name equals in Alchemology, 143. And what was he named in the Matrix? How about Neo? This means the new twin, right? So there's so many clues here. I mean, Carl, the discovery, like, you know, you go and study Yes Man, Jim Carrey, his name was Carl. There's a lot of Carls in these movies. You should do your Alchemology. Not just your name on your birth certificate, but make sure you add your mother's maiden name. Tom Brady is Thomas Edward Jr. Brady. He's 80, but if you add his mother's maiden name, which is Johnson, it becomes 113, and 113 is the 30th prime number. 30 is demiurge, 30 is role play, 30 is feedback. And who's got the 30th card in the deck? So this was the other clue. So Thomas Patrick Brady Jr., Johnson, his mother's maiden name. When you add all those up into numerology, it's 113. 113 is the 30th prime number. The 30th card in the deck is this one. You know who has this for their birth card for the upcoming Super Bowl? Andrew Walter Reed, coach of the Chiefs. This is one of the reasons why I chose the Chiefs to win it, but we'll see. That's correct. You take the full name, you take your full birth certificate name, and you put that into the calculator. That's one outcome. Then you take your mother's maiden name, if you can know what that is, and you add that to the total. And then you'll have that as an extension, because your mom and dad came to hump to create you. So you have two people bumping energy to create you, and that energy combines. And from numerology, the science of numbers, that has some kind of merit to it. So you have that blend of energies. The two last names that you inherited, because your parents didn't, more than likely, they adopted that name from their parents. And it probably goes back thousands of years. So the last name has a lot of energy to it. If you think about it, the last name has a very unique energy to it if you have a unique last name. But all the other all of our names have a lot of energy, especially your first name that you go by, whatever name you're commonly known by, like Logan. People know me by Logan. So I have a lot of Logan energy coming at me. What is Logan? 19. So anytime someone says my name, I get a 19 attached to me. This is how magic works, through the science of numbers. So if your name equals 23, every time someone says your name and directs it towards you, someone's on the phone, say, hey, did you hear about Randy? Did you hear about Elizabeth? Elizabeth is 33. Did you hear about Elizabeth? Well, Elizabeth gets collected in the ether and gets the energy, but if you now direct it towards Elizabeth by your consciousness, then the 33 goes to that person. That's how I feel it works. So your first name really has the most energy, because people are commonly calling you that. If you have nicknames, you can decode those as well and figure out what the numerology is of that. Then you got to know what the numbers mean. So there's a lot of buzz going on with this gematria word, which is what none of us do here, by the way. I don't use gematria. I'm a numerologist. And the difference is, you see, the true definition of gematria is the coding of words into numbers. None of us do that. We don't code, we decode. Okay, we decode. So numerology is when you get your total outcome, and now you have to decode those numbers. That's numerology, because each number has a personality to it. The number 1 has a personality, the number 2 has a personality, the number 7 has a personality, the number 42 has a personality. And you can go look at your name all across the board and see how many 1s you got, how many 2s you got, how many 3s you got, how many 4s you got in your name. And you can figure out what kind of energy you got going on there. What calculator do you use? Chaldean. Chaldean numerology calculator is the one you want to use. Going through your comments. All right, let me open up what time is it? 12, okay. Well, it's only 9 on the West Coast. So let me open up let me get the Zoom going. Hold on, folks. Okay, see if I can. All right, so here are the rules, the law of coming into the Zoom chat. So I'm going to put up the Zoom link here in just a minute. I'm going to pin the comment to the top of this. If you want to come in and come on live and talk about whatever you want to talk about, but it has to be decoding. I want to limit people to keep it under 1 minute. Okay. I'm going to be very raw and honest here. I'm not looking to hear your life story. Just try to have something to a point of what you want to talk about. If you have a question, great. If you want to talk about whatever, let's talk about it, but keep it strictly to decoding. Whatever it is you want to talk about decoding, but try to keep your comments a minute and under. Okay. It's really striving. I may interrupt you. I'm not trying to be an ass. I want to keep this experience for everybody beautiful. I want to keep it where people are going to stay here and watch and listen. Right. I don't want to mire this down in, okay, well, then yesterday I walked here and said, I don't, like that stuff. I'm not interested in that stuff. Try to keep it concise. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to post let me pin this to the top. Okay. So if you want to jump in the Zoom call, I've opened up the Zoom line, and all I got to do is bring in. When you come on in, please mute your phone or your computer. Mute it. Okay? Because if you don't, then there's going to be perhaps background noise, and I don't want to have background noise. Okay? All right, so we have one person in. We got Amy. Amy's going to be up next. Hang on a second. Let's see if we can get some other people in here before we start jumping into this. Okay, we got somebody else coming in. Please mute yourself when you come in here, okay? Please, I beg you. All right. Okay, so let's bring Amy onto the dance floor. Amy, you got to unmute yourself. Let me know where you're calling from. Can't hear you. If you're on speakerphone, please take us off speakerphone.
Okay, I don't think I put you on speakerphone.
Okay, cool. How you doing, Amy?
Hey, I'm all right. You?
Great, fantastic. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Just kind of like wondering what I'm supposed to do. I'm like kind of lost. Like everything around me is just screwed up. So I just kind of wonder, like, where am I going? What am I supposed to do?
Well, what do you want to do?
I don't really know. I kind of want to like have a mobile art thing for kids. I want to help kids, like, because the world is really screwed up right now for them, I think, and I just want to kind of help people.
Would that make so that would you do that for nothing?
No, I want to kind of have maybe a paper, like a service where like 11 to 18-year-olds, maybe help them what's going to happen in their future. Like maybe give them some pointers, like what they're going to face, what they're,
Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. Well, I mean, first and foremost, I would suggest anybody resonating with Amy's question here is, I would say that you should pick something to do in your life that you would do for free. First and foremost, if your idea that you're going to pick I really wouldn't do that for free, then that's not it.
Okay.
You got to pick something you're going to do for free. And then of course you'll get paid for it, but you got to make that decision. You have to detach from the monetary aspect, and you got to choose something that's going to get you out of bed and say, I can't wait to start my day today. I can't wait to get out there and create. And then if you become really good at it, you'll get rewarded for it over a period of time. But you got to draft out your plan. You may have to write it out on paper. You might have to go and do creative visualization. Some of you that really want to create this dream in your life, I talk about this during my readings for people at the very end. Talk a lot about vision boards. Go make a vision board. Well, I don't know if I want to do a vision board. Then you don't want it bad. I'm giving, these are suggestions. How bad do you want it? If you want to fast track bringing something into your reality, then you want to do everything you can to fast track it. Like, how do you if you're 50 pounds overweight, what's the best way to fast track reducing that weight down? Start fasting, go to the gym, work out, drink a lot of water, stop eating a lot of calories. That's the way to fast track it. If you want to do it slow, then just maybe drink a little bit more water. Don't go work out. Don't go change your diet, any kind of stuff. The water will start to work if you're dehydrated. If you want to fast track life, if you want to fast track your idea, if you want to fast track your creation, whatever that is, you got to define it. And then you got to do the work. No, nobody rides for free. But I'm saying it comes down to, what would you do for nothing? What would you do if money was no object and you wouldn't get paid for it? That's what you should be chasing.
Okay.
You got to take the first step, right? You don't need to see the whole staircase. You got to just take the first step.
Okay. I get you.
Yeah, that's it. Just believe you're going to do it.
All right.
You got to get the plan though. See, I don't think you have a defined plan yet. You have an idea, which is great. That's the spark. Now you want to create the fire. How do you move from the spark to the fire? You have to give it gas. How do you give it gas? You have to give it time. You have to give it energy. And how do you do that? By sitting down and figuring out, like, a lot of people want to do businesses, but they don't do business plans. Well, most companies or most banks, if you want to get money, they need a business plan. So people don't want to do the business plan. Well, how bad do you want it? I want the money. Why do you want the business plan? So you write the business plan out. So I would do that for yourself. Like, what's your business plan look like?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Decode yourself though. Like, I think, if you really feel that that's what you want to do, that's great. That's how you create a utopia, but you got to build a plan around that first. Don't let it, discourage you because you may not know how to do plans. You don't need to do a business plan. You just got to go write it down on a piece of paper, what you want this thing to look like. And then you fast track it through meditation, visualization, and you do that daily. Like, you go to the bathroom and you eat food and all that stuff.
Right.
That's the necessary work to go into fast tracking an idea onto the world stage.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Thanks for joining tonight. Appreciate you.
Okay, appreciate you.
All right, take care. Keep us posted on the. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's bring in. You have to unmute yourself. Helena.
Jelani.
Oh, I'm sorry. You came on before. I'm sorry, Jelani. So hard to see if the J is pronounced or if it's silent. Okay. What's going on, my friend? Welcome to the dance floor.
Thanks. So this is my question. I really just want to hear your thoughts on this. I've decoded myself thoroughly, and I'm sure a lot of people watching have too. We all kind of know that this world is scripted, but when it comes to determining the future, I wonder if it is adjustable, because I've noticed when I'm just sitting there decoding, trying to pinpoint what's going to happen in, a following week or so, and it doesn't happen, even though I see like really good codes for it to happen. I wonder if that's my observer effect adjusting the outcome, or if it's the actual God just editing it, Yeah.
I mean, I can't answer that. I mean, just the other day I was watching I sat down and I'm like, I'm going to throw something on. I threw on the Adjustment Bureau. I ended up watching the whole thing. I've watched it probably 5 times now. And, I'm not saying that's right, but you start breaking down Matt Damon, where he was born, Boston, his birthday. You start breaking down Terrence Stamp, the actor who played the Adjustment Bureau, and these, like, you don't have free will. That's what it says there. Like, you think you can choose where you want to do, the food you want to eat and stuff like that. That's what my beliefs are at. I think that we have free will, but it's very little. I think your map's already paved out for you. And that's just the way it works. Like I said, if you just look at it from the concept, from the basic fundamentals, you are going to die one day. That's already been written. That you can't change that. So if you just use that basic aspect of you will die one day, well, that's scripted already. Right? That's already part of the script, isn't it? That's my take on that. You there? Still there, Jelani? Okay, I guess we lost you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Well, I meant so I don't want to tell my whole life story, all that. Let me make it really short. Basically, I was decoding a person I thought I was going to meet the following week, and I ended up not meeting them. And there were so many codes heavily aligned for us to meet on that day. So I was just wondering if my attention, the observer effect, just changed the outcome because I was giving it so much attention, it didn't happen.
Perhaps.
Because that's what I meant.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's not possible. I'm saying it's possible for sure. But I mean, the thing is how do you record that? How do you make patterns out of that? You'd have to sit there and record all the events and paying attention, not paying attention. I mean, do you really want to take that undertaking? That's a pretty tedious toll to take on your life. I guess it would be a pretty cool study to look at, but it's possible that what you're saying has merit, and we change that path. But I think inevitably, this consciousness that moves this reality has already been programmed for a specific outcome already. And, everything else is just all kind of subordinate to that. So, all right, brother, thanks for coming on and joining the dance floor. Anybody else want to come in here? If you want to join into the Zoom call, ask a question, talk about something, I've pinned the comment at the top. So you just click on the link there and you can come on into this Zoom meeting. And you don't have to show your face. So you can just keep yourself off video. Anybody else? Just leave it open for a few more minutes in case somebody wants to jump in. Anyway, let's go back to some of your comments. I'll try to keep my eyes down here on the... The Mandela effect. That's a really interesting phenomenon. I know that, a lot of these with the Mandela effect, a lot of these can be changed a little bit through the variance of opinions. Berenstain Bears, Sex in the City, Fruit Loops, the common ones that people swear that they saw it a certain way. But the one for me that was really undeniable was the movie Risky Business and Tom Cruise, and the scene when he slides into the living room to sing Old Time Rock and Roll by Bob Seger. And the one thing I remember about that movie back in the 80s was he slides into the living room and he's wearing a button-down a collared shirt and he's wearing a pair of black Ray-Bans. And now when you go to that scene, he's not wearing the Ray-Bans anymore. So, that was the biggest Mandela effect that I've ever seen. That to me was the most undeniable, was that one right there. How about you? What do you guys and gals see? I love it. CERN is opening up a portal for Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth's already here, bro. Do I feel CERN is interfering with timelines or something? It's possible. Again, this is pure theoretical and speculate. None of us are at CERN. Unless you've been there and you know exactly how it works, you are guessing. And like I said, all that matters is what you believe, but we have to, if it's a duck, we got to call it a duck. Like, it's great to theorize. I've decoded CERN. I mean, you know, we're digging into the quantum. The actual shape of the Large Hadron Collider matches the shape of the domes. The match of the Large Hadron Collider, the shape of it is in the shape of a octagon, which is the 8-sided polygonal shape. What do people fight in? The octagon. It's tied into St. Peter's Square in the Vatican. The shape, the dome. Bob Barker has a very skinny microphone. That's probably the funniest comment tonight. Oh my God, that's great. Okay, hold on. I have a question here. Did King Tut's headdress always have a cobra and a bird? Again, you know, that's a question I can't answer. Because none of us were there when the original was created. Same with the Sphinx, right? Like, a lot of people think that the Sphinx was a different shape. That's a guess, but none of us were there when it was first created. Speak on the King of Diamonds card? Yeah, sure. King of Diamonds is the 39th card in the deck. King of Diamonds is a very interesting card. Three of my really, really close friends are King of Diamonds. It's the card number 39. It's the King of the Entrepreneurs. It's tied to the DNA as well, because the 1952 picture of the DNA taken by Rosalind was tied to this card right here, May 6th. May 6th was the King of Diamonds card, the 39th card in the deck. Rosalind was at King's College, which is the day she actually took that photograph of the double helix. And the King of Diamonds card, if you have this card as your card, you have the 3 of clubs attached to you directly, and that allows you to be a creator, right? So the King of Diamonds is the card of entrepreneurship. If you have a King of Diamonds card, man, you should be crushing life. It's that simple. You should be crushing life. And some of you, I know there are King of Diamonds out there that are not. So there's going to be exceptions, but then we'd have to analyze that person's life from head to toe. What are you living through habitually that's holding you back from being a King of Diamonds? The King of Diamonds is paired with the 3 of clubs. 3 of clubs, this is what it looks like in the tarot. This is the card of, this is light slowed down into physical matter. I'm ready to play the game now. And this is the card of launching plans, planning things. You're probably somebody who, you know, you may or may not plan things, but it's your spirit card, the 3 of clubs. The card of light. So you have light slowed down into physical matter. Now you're the boss on the world stage. So this is the card of the CEO, the boss, the worker. Especially if you're a Capricorn. If you're a Capricorn and you got a King of Diamonds, woo, that's like money up your butt, man. You know, if you have it in different, that's why I'm saying these cards, they fit into the astrological. So if you're a king of diamonds in Capricorn, it's going to be a different king of diamonds than if you're in a different astrological sign. That's what's going to determine a lot of things as well. Beyond, if we laid all your habits on the table, what are you doing? And then you got to take into consideration, again, ladies and gentlemen, decode yourself. What are you good at? What you're not good at? What's your Chiron? What is your wound? What's your life path? What did you come here to do? Forget about all the noise and the static and the wisdom for a minute. Forget about trying to figure out who's doing what, how they're doing it. It's them doing it. It's this is doing it. There's a hole in this. There's a hole there. There's someone digging here. There's someone creating this. How about what are you doing? What is it that you're doing as an individual? You may have 50 more years on this planet, and you're wasting a lot of them because you're not knowing what your purpose is. Because you spend too much time on this. You're creating someone else's movie. You're trying to be like them. Why don't you start acting like people need to become more like you? Why don't you be the person that people look up to and say, well, I want to be like that. I want to be like that person. What would that person look like for you? If someone actually could say, well, yeah, I want to actually be like Brenda. Or I want to be like Roger. That's your name. Imagine that's your name. Maybe you're Brenda or Roger. What would somebody have to say that statement? When I grow up, I want to be like Brenda or Roger. What would that grow up look like? I say this a lot in my readings. What do you want to be when you grow up? Go look in the mirror tonight and say that. Ask yourself that. Say your name in the mirror. Logan, what do you want to be when you grow up? No, don't worry. No one's looking when you look in the mirror. It's okay to say it. It may feel a little awkward. But it doesn't matter if you're 50, 60, 70, 20, 44. Doesn't matter. What do you want to be when you grow up? You think you're grown up? Go pretend like you're a child again. Come from the eyes of what do you want to be when you grow up? That's waking up with a brand new white piece of paper and there's nothing written on it. Looks like this. This is what your life should look like when you wake up every day. What are we writing on it today? What are we going to write on in your book? That's a great exercise. What do you want to be when you grow up? And you're like, well, I don't know. That's totally fine if you don't know. Now, do you want to know? So if you feel like that itch is there and you want to scratch that itch, okay, well, let's scratch it. Decode yourself. Well, I don't know how to decode myself. Go watch my How to Decode Yourself video. It's an hour long. You got an hour to spare? All of you have an hour to spare to go watch How to Decode Yourself. It's very simple to do it. Got to get a course coming out. Eventually, it's coming. But know what you're good at. Know what your weak points are. Know what your strengths are. Why do you try to focus on your weaknesses? Shouldn't be doing that, right? If you want to level up in this reality, if you want to really shine bright like a diamond, focus on your strengths. Manage your weaknesses. You got to know both sides of it before you can navigate around that. When does Saturn leave Aquarius? I haven't looked that far ahead in the charts. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to move it forward a little bit, and I'm not sure. We're creating our timelines every day through our thoughts. Exactly. We're all creating this reality by our thinking. We're thinking machines. We're not designed to shut our thinking off. Just saying, okay, I'm going to stop thinking, that's you thinking. See, it's a paradox. Focus on your breath. Don't think. You're thinking. You can't stop thinking, folks. And the voice in your head that owns you, where's it coming from? You think it's just coming from the fairy tooth tale or whatever? That didn't make any sense. The fairy godmother. That's not even what I wanted to say. I couldn't even say it right. I want to be an ego when I grow up. That's funny. And I'm going to give all of you a gift as well. Let me all just share with you a very amazing, gifted tarot reader. I'm gonna give all this as my gift to you. Well, I'm just sharing his information, but this guy's really good. I like him a lot. So if you're into tarot and you want somebody that does a general reading of the energy of the entire collective on that zodiac sign, this is somebody who I really think is dialed into the code. There it is. Let me pin this to the top. So what you do is you click on his channel. It's called The Autistic Mystic. And I listed the video page. Just go there, click on your zodiac sign. I'd start with your sun sign. You can go to your rising sign and listen to that one. It's going to be a general reading, but have fun with it, right? He's really good. I really like him. I'm thinking about maybe even getting a personalized reading just to get a little bit more dialed in and see what he's doing, support him a little bit. He's really good. His name's Austin, I think. I think his name's Austin, but I'm not sure. But I will let all of you know, if you don't know your cards, if you don't know your primary playing cards, if you don't know your primary tarot cards that have converted from the playing cards, then you're shorting yourself because, you may get addicted to some of these readers. You'll go from reader and then your timeline is going to start to get flooded with tarot readers, and you may be tempted to click on somebody else, and you will do that. And when you click on somebody else, they're going to give you a different interpretation, and that different interpretation may set you back. It may take you forward, but it may confuse you. Again, the more you tack on, the more confusion can come into your life. There are a lot of people that get tarot readings and they don't like the one they hear, so they'll just I need to get another one. But it's like, the more readings you get, the more complicated it's going to get for you, because eventually you're going to go through all the cards, and all the cards are going to become your answer, and that's pretty watered down. Is he over? Wow, he grew a lot. 201,000 subscribers. Man, he blew up. Good for him. I've been sharing his work. I mean, I don't think he had that many not too long ago. Holy mackerel. But are those real numbers? That's the only thing, because, wow, good for him. Let me see, we have 3 people in the Zoom now. Let's see. So we got some more people coming in on the Zoom. Just make sure you mute yourself. You don't have to show yourself on camera. Let me just shut this chat off. Okay. So go ahead, Carlos, if you want to unmute yourself, you want to come on? Carlos, you got to probably unmute yourself, brother.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Hey, it's Kairos here.
Oh, Kairos, I'm sorry. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, no problem.
Welcome to the dance floor.
Doing well. We spoke a couple of weeks ago. Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
I was curious. Are you familiar with the term Kairos, with how it connects with things happening? So it's a specific moment when something really important happens, usually after a lot of planning, not considered a random moment. You know, it's an opportunity. Are you familiar with the term?
I've heard of it before, but I haven't really engaged with it very much.
So it's a biblical Greek term, and I was curious if you could decode it, the term. It's specifically having to do with, like, for example, the like the will of God. So when everything is done according to that will, that is a kairos. It's a biblical word, and it's not common. Not a lot of people have spoken about it, but it actually is it's my given name. And okay. I'm curious your opinion.
Let's see. I'm pulling it up in Greek now. Let's see. Well, it's a 5 for its total single digit, which doesn't surprise me. That's the photon of light. But its double digit is 77, and then it reduces down to the 14. So we'd have to go much deeper into into it. Right. I mean, it has the Greek letter K, which is the 11th letter in the old style, the kappa, and that can lead to the brain. Brain is 11, so there's some tie-ins that I see there subtly with. You were talking about knowledge or wanting to know something. We're talking about thinking, and that's tied to the brain. It ends with the sigma, which is their S, which is the 20th letter. So thinking of duality really is what I see. Thinking through or with duality is kind of how I see it through numerology. 14 is tied to the word time. So there's that as well, thinking through time. You can say that is something that's a possibility with this word. It's a 6-letter word, which represents carbon in the third eye. So there's more thinking through the imagination as well, because you got to use that. So those are the basics that I would look at right here and to kind of give my stand on.
Right. So last time we spoke, I mentioned to you that I'm a Leo, and I'm very interested in creating, and I'm very interested in learning. And this has been my name, obviously, all my life, but I've never used it until recently. Used my middle name, and I'm kind of embracing the word as it's very powerful. And that name itself is what actually happens when we do anything in reality. You actually make something happen instead of time going by. You're an active participant. So it's to me, it's a strong name, and I'm embracing it, and I enjoy it.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, that's great to hear.
Thank you very much again for having me on.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for sharing some of your personal stuff with us. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
As well.
All right, let's see if we got anybody else. We got anybody else in here? Neo, go ahead. If you want to come on, you want to just jump on, just unmute yourself. Oh, you're already unmuted, so go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, loud and clear.
Man, so great to finally meet you. First time. It's Mr. Poop 123, man.
Oh, what's up, brother?
Long time listener.
Yeah, man. Thanks for all the support all these years. Yeah, you've been around them for a while, so.
A while, since like a couple thousand actually. Yeah, I just want to say, man, honestly, like your work has just like unraveled my brain and so many synchronicities, and I'm going to keep it short, by the way. And just very interesting. I really do appreciate it. And thanks for putting up with me always in the comments. I know
you're just speaking your truth. I get it.
Yeah, no, I love it. I really do. I always know where you're coming from, and I totally agree with most things that you say. And I just like to pick people's brains and stuff. Yeah. And I want to ask just a couple questions. First thing is, what made you want to join the Air Force back in the day? And the second thing I'd like to know is, have you ever experienced anything with the Sweat Lodge? Because for me, I've been actually learning about, because where I'm from Eastern Canada. So I'm on the East Coast. I'm from a very special place where it's tied to the moon. We have the highest tides in the world. So it has a very big effect.
Are you up in Brunswick, like in the Brunswick area? Or?
That's exactly where I'm at.
Cool.
Yeah, very interesting. So
are you like Thunder Bay? Are you up by that area? That's
no, that's Ontario. I'm in.
Oh, that's Ontario. That's right. You're okay.
Yeah, so I'm next to. It's like by the Bay of Fundy.
Yeah, Thunder Bay is Toronto. That's right. Okay. Nice.
It's an old Templar settlement.
Okay.
And there's a lot of history there. A lot of history where I'm from.
Okay.
And I've been learning about like the sweat lodges and like the native traditions, the Ojibwe, Anishinaabe. And I'm just wondering if you've ever experienced anything with the sweat lodge. So I know in my personal experience about going lately, it's just been one like immensely healing, and just so many more synchronicities have been coming. Like I've just realized like how sacred of a ceremony it is. And I know in Mexico, I know they do hold lodges and stuff. So I'm just curious if you've ever kind of ventured down that road and experienced it.
Yeah, I've done one time. When I first got here to Puerto, I went to the lodge. They did a what the heck's the name of it here? I don't remember because that's how often I've done them. But anyway, it's just this round building that you go in. You got to stoop your head down, and they have this fire pit in the middle, and they bring in these rocks that they heat up.
Yes. Yep. Called grandfathers. That's what we call them anyways.
And they bring them in there with a pitchfork one by one, and it just gets hotter and hotter. And the experience that I had for me is, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the dark. I broke out of that pretty early, but I had something that happened to me where we had somebody like steal bikes off our deck, and kind of freaked me out when I was a kid. So I had that lodged in me. But when I went into the circle, into that building, there was just four of us in there. It was me, Santos, Anne Marie, and I don't remember. Maybe Danny wasn't there. So I don't remember who the fourth person was. But once they put the rock in there, they put this curtain down over it, and it's pitch black in there. And I lasted 5 minutes, and I started to freak out. I started to freak out, man. I literally had to have Santos. I'm like, can you just pull the blanket up a little bit off the ground so I can have a little bit of the light come in? And as soon as he did that and left it open, I stayed in there the whole time. But I learned something about myself that I don't get afraid when I shut the lights off, but when I went into that pitch black room and it was really hot and you're breathing that air and it's a game changer with the heat. It was something about that combination that freaked me out. And then I'm like, okay, I got something I got to work on here. And I just immediately thought of I think in a past life, I may have been buried alive. And that thought really kind of freaks me out. So I'm like claustrophobic, doing an MRI. Those are sometimes challenging, going into the tube. And for me, right, I like a lot of space in my life. I don't like to be confined. I don't know if that has something to do with a past life, but that was my experience with the only time I've ever done one of those, which I stayed in there. Once the light came in, I was totally fine. So. And then
I know I could definitely see. I remember my first time when I went, they had the drums going. I know the feeling, you were just it just kind of overwhelmed you a bit.
Yep.
And honestly, no, if you ever do get a chance, if you ever want to go back again, I suggest, because it's what they say, it's you're going back to the womb of the mother, and the fire on the outside represents the male principle,
Correct.
I know, that's just me personally. It's just very healing, and it's a good way to connect with your ancestors and just other spirits, and I just know personally for me, it's just been this, ever since I've been going, I've just been having these massive synchronicities. It's too strange to be I never believe in coincidences or anything like that. It's just yeah, I don't know. There's something for me. It just bringing me back towards these teachings, because the one things I really enjoy about it is it's very simple. All they do is teach seven things. It's like love.
You're talking about the Hermetic principles?
No, just like the native.
Oh, the native. Yeah. Okay.
It's just very simple stuff. It's like respect, love, truth and trust, like courage, humility, wisdom. I'm probably missing one here, but yeah, and it's just so simple.
Yep.
Like, even though it's hard to live by these things,
It is.
it's just and it's simple, and their teachings have never changed over thousands and thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's
Yeah.
really just been those 7 things in 8 sacred directions:
Yep.
north, east, south, west,
Yep.
Father Sky, Mother Earth, and the most sacred direction is within yourself.
Yep.
Anyways, I'm probably taking up a lot of time or whatever.
Thanks for joining in, man. It's great to finally connect with you. Best wishes to you up there, and you must be cold up there, but
it's like minus 30 today.
whew, man, that's Celsius though, right?
Yeah, Celsius.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a little above zero. That's not my cup of tea, but some people like it. But thanks for calling in, and I'll answer your other question here, which was why did I get in the Air Force? What prompted me to go?
What made you want to join?
Yeah, well,
totally doesn't seem your type of style.
Yeah, well, when I went through high school, I almost stayed back a year. I had to do like a special summer school. I remember, I think in the 10th grade or something, to go through to junior or something like that. And I was like a C student. I don't know, man. You know, I had said I had ADD. I got diagnosed with that when I was 10. So I just always thought I had something wrong, and it was tough to pay attention, which it was, and it still is to this day. So I really didn't enjoy school, and that really prompted me to join the Air Force. I had a couple friends that had joined right out of high school, right at senior year. There was a recruiter there one day, and a couple of my friends had already signed up, and they said, "Hey, you should go do it." And I was like, "Okay." And I didn't want to go to college. I couldn't see myself going to school. So I said, all right, I'll just do the military. And of course, you know, I'm a 4, so I naturally, 4s and 8s naturally gravitate towards the military because it's the box, the square, the cube, etc. And the military is all about the square, right? So I ended up going in and signing up, and I did my first round right overseas, which was in England. I got to go and spend time there, Iraq as well during Desert Storm, a little bit time in Turkey. I never had to do any frontline kind of stuff, but I supported the war during 93, 94, 95.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it was a really fun time of my life. I got to experience a foreign country. My whole time I spent overseas. And then I went in the reserves, and I transferred over into Hanscom Air Force Base in Boston, and I was part of cargo, which was rather boring to finish out my reserves, and then I was done. So I served the U.S. for, I think, a total of 5 years when you include the reserves and stuff like that.
Very cool.
How about you? Did you do any service in the military?
No service.
Okay.
Just jail time.
Okay, yeah. Well, I did that too. Well, the military is kind of prison too.
Well, that's what and I know you mentioned it before for yourself. Like I was in another country by myself. That was only that was my take. And then what also drew me to the sweat lodge and stuff was I actually was taken in by the Aboriginals there in Australia.
Yep.
That's where I was. I was in Australia at the time, and I would talk to the elders and stuff, and like these people took me in, you know. So that was kind of like my almost like introductory to like the dream time and whatnot. But no, it's funny because I kind of resonate a little bit what you were saying with, you know, school wasn't really kind of my thing. And I remember I went down to I think it was like the naval like I was going to talk to like some like Navy officer or something. So I almost like had joined. So this was like after high school, and I was just like, okay, I am not doing this.
Yeah. I get it, man. I totally get it. I think, you know, it depends on your character too, right? Like I'm kind of really impulsive at times, do things without thinking, you know, I mean, it's kind of in my charts and stuff. But before I end this transmission for you here, what is just your month and day? What's your birthday? Do you mind sharing? You don't have to share it, but
6th.
What is it?
No, I don't care. It's November 6th.
You're Ace of Diamonds. Okay.
Ace of Diamonds, yeah, 27th card. Yeah.
That's a amazing card to have. That's tied to Chaldean numerology and the 103.
And yeah, like I know we won't get into it, but maybe one day I'll throw this out there. Maybe we'll link up someday, and yeah, I think it'd be fun
For sure.
And maybe share a little bit of my story. It's quite a story. I'm not trying to put that on anybody else's story.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I think we have a lot of things in common, and yeah, it'd just be interesting to have another transmission.
Yeah, totally, man. I mean, the Ace of Diamonds card I'm attached to it. It's my Venus line. So, I really adore that card. My last name equals 27. Payette equals 27. So I'm tied to that through that aspect and methodology. So appreciate you calling in, man. Best of wishes to you up there in the very cold, frigid minus 30 degrees. But hey, man, you decide to live there. It's all good. But hey, man, thanks for coming on. Thanks all these years of support. I know you've been here for quite some time. So I do appreciate you. Sending tons of love, man. I'll send you as much warm sunshine that I can from here to Mexico to you. But thanks for calling in, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, and I'll just say again, I love you, brother. I appreciate you, and I don't think you understand, for me, how much your work has really opened my eyes. No, for real, like it's stranger than fiction. Honestly, it's really been so immense for me. Just like your research, I was just like, I don't know the rhyme or reason, like you were talking about, like how you didn't know how you kind of came to these things, but it's freaky. When I use the cards, everything, it's just like, yeah, it's just really unreal for me. And yeah, it's really opened my eyes, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. Thanks for all the support. I appreciate the feedback. And let me ask you, if there was one decode you could recommend that's on my channel, which one would it be? Which one comes to your mind for people to watch?
To watch?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Good question, honestly.
Okay, no problem. You don't have to answer.
No. I'll pick one. It's probably because I don't know if I'm just obsessed with like the idea or something, but like I think one of the first ones I remember seeing was, I don't know if it was like the Welcome to the Machine with Pink Floyd.
Yeah, that's one of my a favorite of mine, like behind the scenes favorite.
Yeah, and I feel like that was one of the ones that really got me going. And then always use the ones like Yaldabaoth and stuff. Like I always like, I don't know what it is. Like I'm kind of like a Lovecraft guy, I guess. So.
Yeah. Nice. All right, brother. Well, thanks for calling in again. I appreciate you. And we'll hopefully catch up with you again soon.
Absolutely.
Cool, man. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So I'm going to end the Zoom for now. Let me start back up a little bit here in a little bit. So all the way up in the frigid part of Canada. Canada's beautiful though, man. I mean, I just did a reading for somebody up in Canada. Hopefully, maybe he's listening. Amazing person. Canada's just, British Columbia is like that's amazing. British Columbia. If you want to take a vacation, if you've never been to Canada and it's the summertime, August, and you want to take a vacation, go to British Columbia. Like beautiful. Go to a lake. Go to like Nelson or these areas. Pick a lake up in British Columbia. Go stay there for a week. It's amazing. So yeah, that Ace of Diamonds, baby. Card number 27. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you can do with yourself, let me just give you all another little tidbit. Like, this is all going to be coming out in my course, but I'm just going to throw this out there because this is what you can do. So if you let's just say you take your name, I don't know, let's go with Yvonne, Meredith, I don't know what I'm coming up here. Jones. That's funny. It's an 80. That's my total name numerology is 80. But anyway, Yvonne Meredith Jones, right? Just randomly pick that. See? Why did I pick that? And when you get the breakdown of it, you're going to get 29, 30, and 21. So now you can take the 29th card in the tarot, connect that. You can take the 29th card in the cards of illumination and connect that, which is the 3 of diamonds. So you have the 3 of diamonds for Yvonne, 3 of diamonds. And then Meredith is a 30, that's the 4 of diamonds. And then Jones is the 21, and that's the 8 of clubs. So then you're left with these 3 cards right here. 3 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds, 8 of clubs. And you can spell them all out, right? You can say 3 of diamonds. You can do 4 of diamonds. And then you can do the 8 of clubs. And now you're going to get this for a numerology output. Now you're going to get 182. And then you can take this total right here and you can bring it to the periodic table. And what is the element that's tied to the 182? There's going to be several, but the one that instantly and automatically comes to my mind is tungsten. Come down to the oxidation states and isotopes, and here are the most common ones. There's a lot of these elements have a lot of them, so you got to go through them all, and you got to see the natural abundances, the half-life, how the mode of decay. Is it alpha? Is it beta decay? That's going to give you another layer to look at. There's the 182. It's going to be called isotope 183. So you're also going to be this isotope 182. You'll be tied to the 181. Just so, I mean, look at how I'm being used. I did all that, and look at what I'm led to. 182. What's the natural abundance? 14.31. What is that as a permutation of? Pi. What is my last name is Payette. See what I'm saying, folks? You think I'm just showing you this? Do you think I have all this planned out? Well, I just showed you right there. And the name I chose was a match to my birth name. Then you can take these. Yvonne Meredith Jones. And again, we have the 3 of diamonds, the 4 of diamonds, and then the 8 of clubs. And then you just convert them into the tarot. So the 3 of diamonds down here. So now you would have a picture of this. It's the apprentice. 4 of diamonds. It's the one that wants to light. It's the lightning in the bottle. The demiurge holding you in the bottle. And then the 21 is the world card. The last name would be the world card. So that would be your picture. That would be your snapshot of how you can convert it. And then you can convert it also by doing the 29 here. And it would be the 7 of wands, which is the 7 of clubs. It would be the 8 of wands, which is the 8 of clubs. And then it would be the 21, which is the world card. So there's 2 different ways you can do this. You can do it through the medicine cards as well. These are all coming out in my course. But it's fun. It's fun to see. And then you can take your name, you can bring all the numbers together. You can see if it's a prime number. Is your birthday a prime number? Take your total birthday, put it into numberempire.com, and your full birthday. My full birthday, 241973. My number's a prime number. How about you? Is your birthday a prime number? And then you say, yeah, it's a prime number. What does that mean? Well, go study prime numbers. Educate yourself on what it means to be a prime number, then take that information and bring it into the esoteric knowledge you have and say, okay, what would it mean to have a prime number in the esoteric? Then you got to form an opinion around that based upon logic and discernment. You can go read the sine and cosine wave of these numbers if you're a prime number. You can get another piece there. Make a note of that. Like all this stuff is like you want to keep a journal of this stuff digitally or on paper. That's how you decode yourself. It's just so funny. See what I'm saying, folks? I mean, the name I pick is 80. My full birth name, including my mother's maiden name, is 80. I'm tied to Mercury. Tom Brady is 80. I just decoded all this stuff. I was decoding all this crap with DNA. Mercury is the Kundalini, the serpents. That's the DNA, folks. It's just it's just pretty funny if you ask me. All right, I think I'm going to finalize this. I want to eat, and I want to take a bathroom break, and I don't want to stop. So I think we're going to do the collective card pull here. Let me start shuffling these cards. A little bit of a shorter one tonight, but I mean, last week, man, phew, just like the cards was just, wow. Here's something I would ask all of you to do, because I'm going to go through these comments. And since we're getting to the end of this, I'll be able to see these. What is your favorite decode that we have all done? I'm saying we, because I'm bringing you all with me. It's not just me. This is like a global village here. What's your favorite decode on Decode Your Reality? Which is including all of you. All of you are a part of it. It's just a big family. Which is your favorite? If you had to pick one, please put it in the chat room so I can see. I'm just curious to see what people would vote on, which one would be their go-to. Oh yeah, also, let me really quick, another announcement. On SAS, on Monday. Yeah, on Monday. I think, let me just see. On Monday at, what time am I going on? I don't even know. I go on at like 3:30 or something. But I'm going to put the link in here. I'm on, it's called the Aquarian High Council. I got invited to go on this. I just posted it in the chat for all of you. It actually started yesterday. It's going on today, tomorrow through the 7th. And there's all these great astrologers and philosophers and healers. And but it's started by Emily and Sasha. That's who's kind of hosting this. They're kind of healers and mystics, astrologers. So you can go on there and you can register. There's no fee. I don't think there's a fee to, let me see. I don't think so. I think you just register and then you get to go join in on some of these people who are talking. And I go on Monday. So if you want to come and check that out. Oh, I'm going to be, my topic is source code. Like, what do you want to talk about, Logan? Source code. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. So you may be hearing a lot of the same messages, but in a different format. That's what we're going to be talking about, source code. So there's that. So just before I finish this, another big shout out to all you great decoders in the house. Oh yeah, I got Jordan from Waters Above Crypto. Please go support his channel, his voice. I actually get the privilege of finally meeting him in person, not in a costume or behind just the voice. I actually get to meet him. He's coming here to visit. We're going to be hanging out for a little bit. We're going to be taking a little bit of a vacay. I'm actually going to be taking some time away from the microphone, away from the decode. I badly need it because I spend so much time decoding. So it'll be nice. So we're going to be traveling around doing our thing here, which will be great. Really looking forward to that. We have a very big project that we're working on. I'm not going to disclose that just yet, but it will definitely be a game changer for the decoding world. And then shout out to Jason from Archaics, supporting his channel. He came on here earlier. I'm a fan of his work. Sam and those guys up at the podcast. Sam, I know you're going to hate me because I don't remember your podcast name, but Sam Carmo and those guys up in London, England. I don't know if they're in London, but they're in the great country of England, the UK. And they have their channel. So yeah, I'm just looking at. Thanks everybody for putting your What's up, Ethan Rucker? Go follow Ethan. Ethan's got his channel. Just click on his name, Ethan Rucker. And actually, I don't know, Ethan. Is that if you just click on your name, or can we click on people's names? I don't know. And I can't remember the name of your channel. Damn it, I should know that though. We got Architect of the Universe 4, Manly P. Hall. Two Thieves. Have I done a full decode on water? No, water's 18. Christ is 18. Mirror is 18. You can see your reflection in the mirror, right? Folks, if you want to watch a really short decode of mine that doesn't involve me talking, check out my Rat in a Cage. Just go to my, if you go, I just want to show all of you here. This is how you do this. Let me just show all of you. So when you come to my channel here, you come to this magnifying glass right here. Okay? Because if you click on my videos here, obviously you're going to have to go through them all, and some of them are hidden for some reason. But if you come to this magnifying glass and you click that and you just click on like Rat in a Cage, it's going to pull them up. And I'm just going to say, if you guys want to watch, these are only 3 and 5 minutes long. If you want to see some pretty powerful stuff packed into 3 and 5 minutes, check out these two decodes. Okay? If you like the short ones. This one, these two right here are really powerful that I kind of put together. Check that out. And if you haven't checked out like my White Rabbit Resurrections decoded, that's another strong one. If you're into the church and you want to know about the 501c3, the tax, why the churches get exempt, it's all scripted. Check it out. This Game of Life decoded is really good, I think. Slip into the Void's about angels and demons. Slip to the Void featuring the band Alter Bridge. So anyway, those are just some of them. But all right, let's get into the collective card pull now, ladies and gentlemen, shall we? Let's put on some more. I gotta get some more lively music here going on. What do I want to put on? Let's see, put on some. My man Dream State Logic here. All right. So we're going to do a generalized card pull. I'm not going to have any intention set upon this. I know some of you asked some questions, but I don't want to set any questions for anything direct. I just want to I take that back because it's a contradiction. We're going to do the card pull based upon where this reality is moving towards. Now, what would that reality be? Well, it's going to involve you because we're all along for the ride. So mainly it's going to be on the reality that is before you when you walk outside. Right? Like what's going on with this reality as you walk outside? What are you being led towards? What are you being shown? Are you paying attention to the code inside your life? Right? Are you paying attention to the code inside of your life? I'm going to randomly pull. I usually do the bottom, the middle, and the top, but I'm going to just randomly pull. I have a new, like when I pull cards for people as they're talking, when I do readings, I pull cards for people to see what kind of energy is coming through. A lot of tarot card readers do that, but I'm just going to, randomly pick a card from the deck. We're going to do 3, maybe 4, I don't know. And let's just see what comes through on where this reality is going. It's already been chosen. I mean, look at the bottom of the deck. It's the 8 of Cups. This is like spirit saying, hey, I'm going down to play that game of life. New game, please. I'm telling you, there's a new game coming down the pike, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming Super Bowl, it's a marker. White Horse, baby. I listened to White Horse today. I was going to play that for the beginning of this one, but I decided not to. All right, so let's just see. Let's see what we got. So what's coming down the pike? Let's just take a look. We're going to pull right from the deck. Here it is. First card. Shazam with the Queen of Pentacles. Card number 76 or 77. Depending on if you use the Fool as 0 and 22. So we get the Queen of Pentacles. Let's keep going. Let's do another one. Let's see. And then because I don't know, like, tell us more about this Queen of Pentacles. What's coming down the pike? We have the 8 of Cups on the bottom. Queen of Pentacles, very nurturing and caring about the world because it has the pentacle in its hand, right? And it's tied to the number 76 and 77. So there are those numbers tied to the Hotel California. So maybe spirit changing up with the Queen of Pentacles here, Hotel California. The next card that comes out of the deck, we have the 5 of Swords. The 5 of Swords. This card was also tied to the Super Bowl. It was tied to the Super Bowl last year. Sat in the crown line for the Rams. This is tied to the Bavarian Illuminati. This is their birth card, the founding date, May 1st. So we have this card right here, the 5 of Swords. This 5 of Swords in the tarot is card number 44. Tied to the cards of illumination. 5 of Spades. So we have this 5 of Swords. Let's see what else we got here. So that's card number 55. Okay. So let's see what else we got. We got card number 77 and 55. Wow, we got a 77 and a 55 so far. Double numbers so far. 2 master numbers. And let's see what the third card is. What are we going to clarify on that one there? And then we have the Chariot, which is card number 7 and obviously means fast movement. You simplify this shit, right? Chariot, obviously the Chariot. Hello, you're on a ride. So we have the ride. I'm going to take the bottom card because I think it counts. So here we have what's coming down the pike for mankind. What's coming down the pike for all of us. So we had the bottom of the deck. We had the 8 of Cups. New journey. The Queen of Pentacles. Nurture. The journey has now become nurtured. Right? The nurturing energy of the Queen. The Queen of Pentacles. Card number 77. Then we have card number 55 coming in. And this card right here, the 5 of Swords, is like, you can see the characters are like, they throw it on their swords. I don't want to play anymore. This is a card. This is one of the cards tied to transhumanism, by the way. Straight up. And then wow. And then at the tail end, we have the Chariot, which means whatever this energy is coming in, it's fast movement. So there was your 4 cards. Let's do, let me just take a look at this. So we have moving away, starting something new, the 8 of Cups, starting something new. That is the Jupiter-Neptune card. That card, the 8 of Cups, is the Jupiter-Neptune card. Okay, so it's a new game of light being played, moving through the Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles is a very nurturing, the pentacle, of course, can be you. Like it's holding the little baby. Okay? Does this represent money? This definitely represents money because the Queen's holding the freaking disc right there. And it's we work for the Queen. The King oversees shit, but it's the Queen that we work for. And then we have the card of transhumanism coming in here. This is the card of cryptocurrency. This is tied to Satoshi Nakamoto. Satoshi Nakamoto is tied directly to this card, folks. Right there. He's 55. This is the 55th card in the deck. So this card is tied to cryptocurrency. And then we have the very ending, the fast-moving Chariot. So how I see it here is, this is what my interpretation is. What's coming down the pike for us? Cryptocurrency. Because you have where spirit going on a new journey. That new journey is going to involve money. And the Queen holds all the money. And she's going to give birth to new currency, which is getting rid of the fiat currency and moving into the cryptocurrency. And then we have the Chariot, which means it's going to move fast. That's what I see here. That's what I think these cards mean. Right here. I'm going to do one more card overall. What is the final message for all 4 of these, if the interpretation is what I think it is? What is the final message? Final message for the interpretation of these 4 cards, if that interpretation was correct. What is the final message? I think the message is pretty crystal clear. It's the Three of Swords. Now this card, people look at this card, oh my God, it means your heartbreak. No, you can't interpret that. It's a general average reading, but this is for the collective here, right? We directed the energy. Where is this going here? We now add the Three of Swords. Well, now it's pretty crystal clear. We move through the Chariot, and it's very quickly. This is going to move quickly. This is a new journey. This is a new venture. And what is going to end? You know what this card is, right? I'm going to tell you what this card can mean now, okay? This is how you expand on the tarot and get out of averages and generalizations. This card right here, through the tarot, the number of the card is card number 52. 52 and 53. 52 is tied to prison planet. 52 is tied to cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency equals 52 in numerology. Since we pulled this card, which is the 76th and 77th card in the deck, we now have a tie into iridium and our eyes, the irises of our eyes. And since we pulled this one, which is tied to Satoshi Nakamoto and cryptocurrency is directly tied to transhumanism because we're talking about going quantum, well, then there's a variable on the table here saying that this could represent mankind having a lot of heartache because now we end up moving into transhumanism. And again, I want to be very crystal clear. I am not promoting this subject. I am not saying for certainty that this is going to happen. I am saying that this is a possibility. This card right here is the Three of Spades. The Three of Spades is card 42. 42 is the life, the universe, everything. 42 is tied to the word reincarnation. 42 is tied to the word crucifixion. So I think it's pretty crystal clear. I think it's pretty loud here. What's going on? We have a new venture. We're walking away, and we're moving into a different set of currency. This can also mean throwing down the sword, saying I don't want to do that anymore, and it could mean that it's fiat currency. Like this. Ultimately, who has the swords? This character, not the people walking away. That card right there, this is the Five of Swords, that's the Five of Spades. That Five of Spades is tied to man. I know this may not be what you want to hear, folks. I know I'm not here to deliver to you sometimes news that is worthy of you saying, hey, I got to go tell my friend that. And again, I'm saying these are possibilities. But I'm saying is that there is a very strong possibility on the stage that we are moving towards something that you probably might not going to want to like. You see, I'm going to end this transmission by telling you this. If you're a fan of astrology, if you're a fan of the cards, if you're a fan of numbers and numerology, if you're a fan of mathematics and pi and phi and golden ratio and Fibonacci sequence and sine and cosine waves, these are the systems that make up this reality. Because we can measure things with these systems. And when you look at the map of astrology, we have seemingly moved away or out of the age of Pisces. It's now in our rearview mirror. We are on the precipice of moving into the age of Aquarius. Some say that we're already there. We've been there for a long time. I mean, the handwriting's on the wall. We definitely are not living in the age of Pisces. The remnants of it are still here, but we're not living in the qualifications of what the age of Pisces looks like. The age of Pisces represents the two fish. The two fish represent the two hemispheres of your brain. Pisces is a mutable sign. Mutable meaning that you have to swim through the water and you got to be mutable about it. You got to be a chameleon about it. But then when you go into the age of Aquarius, you go into a different kind of circumstances, which is an air sign. This air sign is all about knowledge. This is why the internet's here. Pisces, you go back 30 years, 40 years, folks, we didn't have the internet. People were, I mean, let's just be real. A lot of people were dumb like a box of rocks. Myself included. I can honestly and authentically say that. 20 years ago, I was dumb as a box of rocks compared to now. I was asleep, didn't know what the hell was going on, didn't know how this reality works. Now I have a different set of beliefs. These are my truths and opinions, may not be yours. But since we have moved into this age of Aquarius, along with the age of Aquarius, brings a whole different set of circumstances. This game, you have to take into consideration, it never stops. There's no end to it. There is no end to this reality. It just changes. And it's like there's a new boss for every age. We may be having a new boss come in. So if you take that concept and you bring it into work, like what happens for those of you that are employed? Oh, did you hear there's a new boss coming in? And you may get all worried because you were best friends with the other boss. The other boss gave you perks and you were their pet. And now that boss is gone and now you get a new boss and you're like, oh shit, are they going to be nice? Are they going to be cool? Are they going to give me the same things my other boss? You may go in and say, well, my boss used to give me that. Well, I'm not that boss. I'm this boss. And if you go astrologically, ladies and gentlemen, we are now under the rulership. If we are in the age of Aquarius completely, we are now under the rulership of Uranus. Now that's through the tropical system, which would seemingly have the precession of the equinoxes and that kind of aspect. But if you go to the sidereal, still in Capricorn. Still in Pisces. Capricorn is behind because it's the fixed, and Western is ahead because it's based on the precession of the equinoxes. One's the root, one's the crown. So, do you want to stay in the old? Do you want to continue? Like a lot of you don't want to give up your old shit. You're just hanging on to it for dear life. Like you can't use some of these old cell phones because they can't upgrade to the operating systems, which means you got to throw them away or you recycle them. Recycle's 22, Dragon's 22, Michael's 22. It's the sine and cosine wave. It gets recycled. So we move into this age of Aquarius. And as we continue to move through the spectrum of time, we start to take on those traits of the Aquarian age. And we eliminate what was the Piscean age. Jordan was just talking about this. He was mentioning the age of Taurus and the worshiping of the golden calf when Moses came down for the 10 commandments and they were worshiping the golden calf. You can't do that anymore. Why? Because the story was about moving into the age of Aries, which was the ram. The lamb. I believe this is why Abel, well, no, that would be the story of creation, so that wouldn't kind of have any merit. But nonetheless, we move through these ages astrologically. If you're a fan of this, if you believe this rules over us, you take a look at we're in the age of the digital age. Why did the internet come here? Why are we having all these things being revealed? Because it's part of the Aquarian age. The Aquarian age is the water bearer, pouring the water out. Why do you think I'm doing the work that I'm doing? Why do you think Jason Brashears is doing the work he's doing? Why do you think Jordan's doing the work that he's doing? And all these other people, Campbell from Autodidactic and all, why are they doing all the work that they're doing? Because they're supposed to be doing it. The jobs that we have that we're doing, if you're a content creator, if you're a decoder, the job that you have right now, you're doing it because you're supposed to be doing it. It's written in your script. You weren't doing it 20 years ago because it wasn't time for you to do it. You were preparing for it. And now it's your time to step up and deliver your content to the world stage. If you're someone like myself, Decode, I'm taking you all with me here. But Aquarius is pouring the water out onto the world. No more secrets. You can have access to anything at any time. instantly. It can be a curse or it can be an asset. Aquarius is ruled solely through the tropical of Uranus. If you go old school, you're going to have Kronos in there. I personally feel Kronos just runs the 10th house because the discovery of Uranus in 1871 makes Uranus the sole proprietor of Aquarius. That's how I look at it. And to me, Uranus, if you study Uranus, it really represents Aquarius way more detailed than Kronos does. Kronos is totally representing the cornucopia and Capricorn. And Uranus being his father, it makes a lot more sense. And if you go and you study theology, you have the 4 fixed signs, which I showed earlier, tied to our DNA. If you like theology, you're going to have the 4 main gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I feel that Matthew is the tax collector, and the tax collector is Aquarius. It's time to pay up. This is where you're going to get the concepts of judgment and the rapture and but you take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, what I just talked about with these tarot cards here. This means money, I think. This means the conversion of money, walking away from what once was, moving at light speed, and then a lot of heartbreak because people are not going to want to let go of their gold and silver and fiat currencies. Maybe they're going to lose their ass. Maybe they're not prepared for the upcoming changing of the guards. Maybe it'll never happen. But the age of Aquarius is not the age of Pisces. We're moving into an electric world. That's why electric cars, solar panels. We're moving away from fossil fuels. That's the blood of the earth. We're moving away from the Piscean age. The earth. Pisces is a fish. Fish represent animals, the earth. We're moving into a digital age, the internet, technology, electricity. Electricity is the mind. It represents air. What does electricity move through? Air. So the age upon us, ladies and gentlemen, if this is what rules over us, the handwriting is right on the wall. It's just that are you mentally prepared for the change? Forget about what they're doing. It's them, it's they. Oh, it's the World Economic Forum and they're doing that. They're trying to screw us over. And are you prepared for the changes that may be coming down the pike for all of us? I mean, if we are moving towards these possibilities, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just saying you should be prepared for any of them mentally, because if you're not, you're going to be one bitter person that I would not want to be around. I would not want to hang around with you. But if you're open to these new ideas that are coming, that are possibilities, like nothing's permanent. Our world, if you compare it 50 years from now and 50 years, I was like last night, I'm sitting there eating my salad. I decided to take a break from decoding the DNA, and I'm a huge fan of All in the Family, 1970s. Archie Bunker, Carol O'Connor. Huge fan of that. My God's a Comedian has a lot of the Archie Bunker in there. I think My God's Comedian number 5. He's hilarious. You can't get away with that stuff on television anymore, but back then they did. And I was watching it last night. I was like, man, like they were considering themselves middle lower class. A middle lower class family living in New York. Archie working as a foreman on a loading dock, collecting a paycheck every week. And lo and behold, I'm watching this, ladies and gentlemen, and the whole story was about this quiz that you take in this magazine about how long you're going to live. And Archie does his test, and guess what age he comes up with? 57. All the way back in 1970, probably 74, 57, which is tied to the Truman Show. I mean, Truman Show wasn't even around back then. But there was the 57. Heinz 57. Like, what's the 57? Lanthanum. Go to the periodic table that at least have antiquity to them to figure out how this reality works and what we may be moving into. And it's very possible. I mean, I think I want to show you guys one last thing. Now that I just thought of it. Hang on. And then I'm probably going to end this. So, who wrote the most popular book on the world stage, which is the Holy Bible? Who wrote it? Where did it come from? What is it all about? Well, guess what? I'll give you the answer. No one knows. None of us do. Why, you take into consideration there's 66 books and there was 14 added by the Vatican. That's 80 total. How big is that 80 tonight? Tom Brady having a total of 80. 80's tied to Mercury. Mercury's tied to our DNA. The Holy Bible is about transhumanism. I've already showed that. That's why there's 80 books in the Vulcan Bible. The Vulgate. 80 books because it's tied to Mercury. That's why the Pope Francis sits at apartment number 201 because Mercury's 201. Anyways, wanted to show you this and I'm going to end this transmission. So today I'm at the gym and I'm like, I remembered this scripture here in the Old Testament now, which is Judaism. Daniel, the prophet Daniel, was thrown in the lion's den, tied to the sun. Okay? Tied to the sun. And this scripture, 244, and when you read it, see, so many people have read this sucker. So many people have done sermons on it. So many people have prayed upon it, studied it, talked about it, conversed about it, made documentaries about it. It has literally casted these spells into our reality for that to become real. What is it? What is this kingdom? Who is God of heaven? So I look at the number 244. Well, I'm a numbers guy, right? So I go to the string of the golden ratio. And what do you see right there? 244. And what does these three digits occupy? Digits 78, 79, and 80. Which is Mercury. Gold and Mercury in there. It's the tree of life and tree of knowledge is right in there, by the way, because this can be 79, 80, and 81. 80 and 81 is the tree of life and tree of knowledge, biblically, through the numerical Aramaic Hebrew. But 24, what is 24? It's tied to our DNA. This X. I showed this earlier, right? The DNA, folks. 24. I was born on February 4th, 2-4. That's why I'm able to access the information, because I was supposed to access it. 24 hours on the clock. What is 24 on the periodic table? Chromium. Look at the picture. What do you see right there, folks? This is a picture of the double helix spiral. Going down the hole, dying to play the game. Chromium comes in color. It's the Spirit of God coming down to play the game of life. That's what this means. The game is not going to be the same as what it once was. It can't be. I think we're moving towards, if you want to check out a good movie, if you haven't seen it yet, Tom Cruise Minority Report, The Message. What is that movie all about? It's about preventing crimes before they happen. How do you prevent crime before it happens? And if you were able to succeed at that, and you would get rid of no crimes being committed, what would that make this world? Would that not make it somewhat perfect? Would that not make it somewhat of a paradise? If you eliminated all crime, if you eliminated all murders, what would the world look like? It would really resemble a paradise, don't you think? Somewhat. Because you eliminate all the crime and the murders, and that takes away all the negativity, all the negative thoughts. A lot of them, because people aren't watching there's no more need for the news, and the news doesn't have any dirty laundry, so people's thoughts aren't on negativity. So then everybody's imagination create a utopia. How do you do that? Technology could do that because we're doing it right now, decoding through signs, symbols, letters, cards, astrology. We're predicting things. You can predict events from happening. That's what Minority Report is all about, that whole movie. Steven Spielberg. Back to the Future. Minority Report is about preventing crimes before they happen. And I feel that that's exactly what we're moving towards if this technology continues to move in the direction that it's moving. And you see, the Bible needed your energy to propel itself forward. The interpretation is everything, and unfortunately, the interpretations are many. And that's why I say, who wrote it? Who came up with these books? Where's the first original copy? That's the one I'd want to see. You can't find one. You see, if there was an entity named God to create a book, like if you were God, just for a second, logically, if you were God and you created a book and you wanted to make sure no one messed with it, you would make sure no one messed with it. Because you created human beings. I mean, go look at how intricate a human being is, man. If whoever created the intricacy of this thing, you would think they'd have the power to make sure a book doesn't get changed. You would think they would keep an authentic form of the book where no one messes with it. I would. But that's not what's happened. So there's something more to it, folks. And we're about to find out. I can tell you that right now. It's coming out. And I personally think a lot of people are going to be pissed because it's not going to be what they thought it was. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me just double check here. I think I'm going to end this. All right, we're going to end this. Let's put on some. So this song it's the Labor remix. This is called Feed the Wolf. Of course, one of my favorite house tracks. I'm a huge electronic fan as well. Played this many times, promoted this song. Go support the artist. Feed the wolf. What is the wolf? It's the same as the machine. Someone, Mr. Poop mentioned feed the machine. Welcome to the machine. The machine is 24. Machine is 24 in numerology. Our DNA is tied to 24, tied to light, chroma. Light slowed down to become physical matter. The machine is you. You're the little cell in the battery. You don't have a choice in the matter. You give off energy. Your cells give off energy. They serve you. You serve the master, which is this reality. And there's nothing you can do about it. You might as well get in tune with it instead of getting out of tune with it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, big shout out to all of you. Thanks everybody for coming here for What's Your Question 52. I really appreciate all the love and the birthday wishes. It's been an honor and a pleasure once again to be your tour guide for this Saturn day into Sunday. Now, what time is it? It's 1:52 here in the morning. So I really appreciate all of you, man. Sending you a ton of love wherever you're at in the world, man. Make it right, man. Make lemonade in this world, man. Go into this world and make lemonade. Stop complaining. Stop bitching. Go make your utopia. Take the energy back. Go make your utopia instead of bitching about the dystopia that you don't like so much. Go create your utopia. That's all you can do, right? You're here for a reason. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sending you a lot of love. I'm going to let you guys talk and let this song play. You guys and gals, I'm going to put on my quotes here. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a pleasure. And as I often say, until next time, we will see you later.
Prison walls are woven from every word.
spent so many years down on my knees. But guess I can't distinguish between pleasure and relief. Wore me down with your incessant needs. I am way too tired to fight with you